O200 Collective presents Wealth Magnet. Master the art of effortless wealth in just a few months and say goodbye to burnout forever. By Zia Vale.
Preface. The trouble with the rat race is that even if you win, you're still a rat. Lily Tomlin. The pursuit that almost broke me. I used to think wealth meant sacrifice. I believed the narrative we've all been fed: work harder, sleep less, hustle more. For years, I chased success like it was a train perpetually leaving the station, always sprinting, always exhausted, never quite catching up. My calendar was packed from 5 a.m. to midnight. My relationships suffered. My health deteriorated. And the kicker? My bank account didn't reflect the superhuman effort I was putting in. Sound familiar? Maybe you're nodding right now, coffee in hand, stealing a moment to read this before diving back into your overflowing inbox. Maybe you've hit that wall where you're wondering if this is really all there is, this constant grind that promises eventual freedom while robbing you of the present. I wrote this book because I discovered something that changed everything. Wealth creation doesn't have to be exhausting. In fact, the most profound financial breakthroughs happen when we step out of the hamster wheel entirely, what you're really holding. This isn't just another financial strategy book. It's not about cryptocurrency tips, real estate hacks, or which stocks to buy, though those things have their place. It's about something far more fundamental: the energetic relationship between you and abundance. Think of this as your permission slip to stop struggling, your guide to replacing hustle culture with flow state, your roadmap to becoming a human wealth magnet rather than a wealth chaser. Throughout these pages, I'll share the exact system I use to transform my financial reality, not through working myself to death, but through subtle shifts in perception, daily rituals, and energy management techniques that made money start showing up in unexpected ways. The stories that changed my mind. Take James, a marketing executive who worked 70-hour weeks for years, climbing the corporate ladder while his health and happiness plummeted. After implementing the wealth magnet principles for just 3 months, he landed a dream position with a 40% pay increase and half the working hours, not by frantically networking or sending hundreds of applications, but by recalibrating his energetic frequency to attract the right opportunity at the right time. Or Sarah, a single mom who juggled 3 part-time jobs while building her side business. Perpetually exhausted, she was about to give up when she began practicing the morning abundance ritual I'll share in Chapter 3. Within weeks, a client seemingly appeared out of nowhere, offering a retainer that replaced her income from all 3 jobs combined. I've seen these transformations happen hundreds of times. I've experienced it personally, and I'm convinced that it's available to anyone willing to challenge their inherited beliefs about how money should work. A different approach to an age-old question. Let's be honest, there's no shortage of books promising financial freedom. So why another one? Because most financial advice operates within the same flawed paradigm: that wealth requires sacrifice, that success demands suffering, that you must trade your life energy today for financial freedom tomorrow. I'm suggesting something radical. What if the path to abundance is actually the path of least resistance? What if financial success could feel good from day one, not just after you've made it? For those ready to try something new, this book is for the skeptical optimist, the hardworking professional who's open to the possibility that there might be an easier way, the ambitious dreamer who's tired of burnout being treated as a badge of honor. You don't need any special background or spiritual beliefs to benefit from these pages. You just need curiosity and a willingness to experiment with concepts that might initially seem unconventional. While I've drawn inspiration from quantum physics, ancient wisdom traditions, and modern neuroscience, I've distilled everything into practical, accessible techniques that anyone can implement, regardless of their background or beliefs. The journey ahead. As we explore these concepts together, you'll discover how to identify and transform the subconscious beliefs currently blocking your wealth flow, implement daily practices that magnetically attract financial opportunities, leverage the power of relaxed productivity to accomplish more with less effort, create passive income streams that align with your natural gifts and interests, develop an abundance mindset that feels authentic, not forced or fabricated. I'm profoundly grateful to the mentors who helped reshape my understanding of wealth, particularly Dr. Elena Vasquez, whose groundbreaking research on neuroplasticity and financial behavior provided the scientific foundation for many concepts in this book, and to the hundreds of clients who've trusted me enough to try these principles, providing the real-world evidence that this approach works. Most importantly, I'm grateful to you for picking up this book. I know how precious your time and attention are. The fact that you've chosen to invest them here suggests you're ready for a transformation that goes beyond the ordinary. Turn the page when you're ready to begin. The path to becoming a wealth magnet awaits, and I promise it's far more joyful than the route you've been told to travel. Let's rewrite your financial story together. Chapter 1: The Reflection of Wealth. Hard work isn't working anymore, and you know it. You've been doing it all wrong. I know because I did too. That grinding hustle culture that promises if you just work hard enough, wealth will eventually follow, it's the biggest lie we've all swallowed. Countless sleepless nights, missed family gatherings, and stress-induced health problems later, many of us still find ourselves checking our bank accounts with anxiety rather than satisfaction. Truth bomb: prosperity isn't something you chase, it's something you attract. This fundamental shift in understanding wealth creation forms the backbone of what we'll explore in this introduction. The old paradigm of work yourself to death for a comfortable retirement is being shattered by a new understanding that aligns more with how the universe actually operates. Think about the wealthiest people you know or admire. Are they really the hardest workers in the room? Or have they mastered something else entirely? An alignment of energy, belief, and action that seems to magnetically pull opportunities their way? I've spent years studying these patterns, and what I've discovered might just change your relationship with money forever. The energy-money connection. Your relationship with wealth begins long before you deposit a paycheck. It starts with what you believe you deserve and how you energetically position yourself in relation to abundance. Your internal beliefs about self-worth directly impact your external financial reality, often in ways you may not consciously recognize. Throughout this chapter, we'll unpack how these hidden beliefs might be sabotaging your financial potential before you even get started. I remember the exact moment this clicked for me. I was working 80-hour weeks at my consulting job, perpetually exhausted and still barely making progress on my financial goals. Meanwhile, a colleague who worked reasonable hours and took actual vacations somehow closed bigger deals with less apparent effort. The difference wasn't work ethic. It was energetic alignment. She expected abundance and operated from that reality, while I was trapped in a scarcity mindset that kept me pushing harder for diminishing returns. By the end of this book, you'll master the art of becoming a wealth magnet, someone who naturally attracts financial abundance without the burnout and hustle. In this first chapter, we'll lay crucial groundwork by examining how your reflection of wealth, how you see yourself in relation to money, determines what you'll attract. We'll identify those sneaky mindset blocks that have been sabotaging your financial potential, explore how daily rituals can rewire your prosperity programming, and begin shifting your vibrational energy to one that money naturally flows toward. This isn't just abstract theory. Throughout our journey together, you'll discover practical tools that transform these concepts into tangible results. The 3 key areas we'll focus on in this chapter: understanding how personal beliefs impact financial health, identifying crucial mindset shifts, and establishing daily wealth-attracting rituals form the foundation upon which the rest of your financial transformation will build. What makes this approach different from all those other wealth-building strategies you've tried? We're not adding more to your to-do list. We're actually removing the unnecessary struggle. Instead of working harder, you'll work aligned. Instead of chasing opportunities, you'll become magnetic to them. And instead of seeing wealth as something outside yourself that must be captured, you'll recognize it as a natural expression of your aligned energy. So take a deep breath. Put down that 5th cup of coffee. The path to prosperity doesn't require more hustle. It requires better alignment. And by the final page of this book, you'll have mastered that alignment in ways that make wealth attraction as natural as breathing. Ready to become a wealth magnet? Let's begin with your reflection. The quiet surrender to abundance. Sarah stood at the window of her downtown apartment, 23 floors above the city that never seemed to slow down. The morning light cast long shadows across her minimalist living room, illuminating the stack of self-help books on her coffee table. She watched people below, tiny figures rushing between skyscrapers, their movements frantic like ants after a disturbed hill. Another day of the hustle, she thought, sipping her now lukewarm coffee. The bitter taste matched her mood. 10 years at the same financial firm, 10 years of 60-hour work weeks, 10 years of climbing a ladder that seemed to grow taller with each rung. Her bank account had grown, sure, but something fundamental remained empty. She placed her hand against the cool glass. I've done everything right, worked harder than anyone. So why do some people seem to attract wealth without breaking themselves in half? The subway ride downtown felt particularly jarring today. Bodies pressed against bodies, everyone avoiding eye contact, everyone racing somewhere important. Sarah clutched her leather briefcase tighter, feeling the edges dig into her palm. 2 seats ahead, a woman with silver-streaked hair read a book titled The Energy of Money. Sarah caught fragments of a highlighted passage. Not about how hard you work, but how aligned you are. The train jolted, and Sarah nearly lost her balance. The woman looked up, caught her staring, and smiled. A genuine smile that seemed out of place in the underground rush. That night, Sarah kicked off her heels and collapsed onto her sofa. Her feet throbbed from 12 hours of standing in presentations and rushing between meetings. Her phone buzzed with another email from her boss. More figures to analyze before morning. She closed her eyes instead, remembering the strange peace on the silver-haired woman's face. What if I've been doing this all wrong? She wondered. What if prosperity isn't something you chase, but something you become? The thought frightened her. It contradicted everything her father had taught her, everything her education had reinforced. Work hard, push through, earn your keep. But lately, she'd noticed how her wealthiest clients seemed different. They worked, yes, but there was an ease about them, as if money followed them rather than the other way around. The city lights blinked through her half-drawn blinds, casting patterns on her ceiling. Perhaps the exhaustion was making her philosophical. Or perhaps she was finally asking the right question. Could abundance be less about exertion and more about attraction? The following day, Sarah found herself in an unfamiliar coffee shop, 3 blocks from her usual route. She wasn't sure why she'd detoured, but something about the place had pulled her in. The rich scent of freshly ground beans enveloped her as she ordered a simple black coffee. When she turned to find a seat, she froze. At a corner table sat the silver-haired woman from the subway, the same book open before her. Their eyes met, and the woman gestured to the empty chair across from her. Sarah hesitated only a moment before walking over, briefcase suddenly feeling heavy in her hand. I've been expecting someone, the woman said simply, closing her book. I just didn't know it would be you. Sarah sat down, not questioning the strange comment. For the first time in years, she was late for work. And for the first time in years, she didn't care. What mattered now was understanding what this woman knew that she didn't. What if the path to prosperity wasn't paved with exhaustion, but with something far more fundamental, a shift in how she related to abundance itself? Mirror, mirror, your financial self-image. Your bank account reflects your beliefs about yourself more accurately than any mirror ever could. This might sound harsh, but stay with me. The way you handle money, whether you save it, spend it, invest it, or avoid thinking about it altogether, stems directly from deep-seated beliefs about your own worth. Many people struggle financially, not because they lack intelligence or opportunity, but because their internal beliefs tell them they don't deserve abundance. Think about your earliest memories of money. Were you taught that money was scarce? Did you hear phrases like, "We can't afford that," or "money doesn't grow on trees"? These seemingly innocent childhood lessons plant powerful seeds in our subconscious. They form the foundation of our relationship with wealth before we even understand what wealth truly means. Your financial health operates much like a garden. The beliefs you hold about yourself and money are the soil in which your financial reality grows. Negative beliefs, I'll never be good with money, or rich people are greedy, create toxic soil where prosperity struggles to take root. Positive beliefs, I deserve abundance and I manage money wisely, create fertile ground where wealth can flourish naturally. When we examine successful people, we often focus on their actions while overlooking their beliefs. The millionaire entrepreneur doesn't just work differently than others, she thinks differently. She believes in her value, her contributions, and her right to be compensated accordingly. This isn't arrogance, it's healthy self-worth translated into financial terms. Self-worth issues manifest in countless financial behaviors. Undercharging for your services? That's not being generous, it's undervaluing yourself. Overspending on status symbols? That's trying to purchase the self-worth you're not feeling internally. Avoiding looking at your bank balance? That's fear masquerading as busyness. Each financial habit tells a story about what you believe about yourself. Many of us carry financial shame without even realizing it. We believe making money should be hard. We think wanting more means we're greedy. We feel guilty about success while others struggle. These hidden beliefs act like invisible anchors, keeping us tethered to financial mediocrity despite our best efforts to move forward. I've seen this transformation countless times. When people heal their relationship with themselves, their relationship with money heals too. A client once told me, I finally realized I was treating my finances like I treated myself, with neglect, avoidance, and occasional bursts of anxious attention. When I started valuing myself more, I naturally started valuing my financial health too. This connection works in reverse as well. As you improve your financial habits, tracking expenses, saving consistently, investing wisely, you'll notice improvements in your self-image. Taking control of your money sends a powerful message to your subconscious. I am worthy of care and attention. This creates an upward spiral where improved self-worth leads to better financial decisions, which further enhances your self-worth. Financial health requires emotional honesty. You must be willing to examine uncomfortable beliefs about money and yourself. Ask yourself, what did my family teach me about wealth? What financial situations make me feel ashamed or anxious? What stories do I tell myself about people like me and money? These questions illuminate the hidden connections between your self-concept and your financial reality. Your financial situation is not just a collection of numbers. It's a reflection of how you value yourself. Transform your relationship with yourself, and your relationship with money will naturally follow. Breaking the money trance. Most people sleepwalk through their financial lives. They follow patterns established in childhood, reinforced by society, and never questioned in adulthood. They work hard, save a little, spend more than they should, and wonder why wealth remains elusive. This financial autopilot is what I call the money trance, a state where your financial behaviors are driven by unconscious programming rather than conscious choice. Breaking this trance requires recognizing the thoughts that keep you trapped. More money means more problems. I'm just not good with numbers. I'll never be able to afford that. These limiting beliefs act like invisible prison walls, keeping you confined to financial mediocrity. The first step toward prosperity is identifying these thought patterns and challenging their validity. Consider Sarah, a talented graphic designer who consistently undercharged clients. When we explored her thinking, we discovered a belief that artists shouldn't care about money. This idea, absorbed from professors, peers, and cultural stereotypes, was costing her thousands of dollars annually. By questioning this belief and replacing it with my art has real value that deserves fair compensation, she doubled her income within 6 months. Your mind is like fertile soil. It will grow whatever seeds you plant in it. Plant thoughts of scarcity, and you'll harvest financial struggle. Plant thoughts of abundance, and you'll harvest prosperity. This isn't magical thinking. It's recognizing that your thoughts drive your actions, and your actions create your financial reality. The shift from scarcity to abundance thinking transforms everything. When you believe resources are limited, you make decisions from fear. You focus on not losing rather than on winning. You grab what you can today because tomorrow might bring less. But when you believe in abundance, you make decisions from possibility. You invest rather than hoard. You collaborate rather than compete. You create value instead of just extracting it. One of the most powerful mindset shifts involves moving from employee thinking to owner thinking. Employees trade time for money and hope for raises. Owners create systems that generate wealth whether they're working or not. Even if you work for someone else, you can adopt an ownership mindset by seeing yourself as the CEO of your personal finances. This perspective transforms you from passive income earner to active wealth builder. Another crucial shift involves moving from short-term to long-term thinking. Financial despair often comes from focusing exclusively on immediate needs and desires. Prosperity emerges when you extend your time horizon, making decisions today that benefit your future self. This means choosing investment over consumption, skills over stuff, and patience over immediate gratification. Perhaps the most fundamental shift is from external to internal validation. Many financial problems stem from trying to impress others, buying homes, cars, clothes, and experiences to signal success rather than create lasting wealth. True prosperity begins when you define success on your own terms, spending in alignment with your values rather than social expectations. The scarcity mindset whispers, "There's not enough." The prosperity mindset responds, "There's more where that came from." This simple shift changes everything. Instead of clutching tightly to what you have, you operate from a position of confidence and generosity. You recognize opportunities rather than just problems. You attract collaborators rather than competitors. Financial transformation isn't just about learning new strategies, it's about becoming a new person. The habits, beliefs, and perspectives that created financial struggle cannot create financial abundance. You must evolve beyond them. This requires courage to face uncomfortable truths, discipline to establish new patterns, and patience to allow your new mindset to bear fruit. What would your financial life look like if you stopped believing in limitation and started believing in possibility? The power of financial rituals. What you do daily determines your financial destiny. This truth cuts through the noise of get-rich-quick schemes and lottery dreams. Sustainable wealth isn't built through occasional grand gestures, but through consistent, seemingly small actions performed day after day, year after year. These daily financial rituals, often taking just minutes to complete, compound over time into remarkable results. Consider the ritual of tracking expenses. Spending 5 minutes daily reviewing where your money went might seem insignificant, but this simple practice creates awareness, and awareness always precedes change. People who track their spending typically reduce unnecessary expenses by 10 to 15% without feeling deprived. Over decades, this one ritual can translate into hundreds of thousands in additional wealth. Financial rituals work because they bypass willpower. Willpower is a finite resource that depletes throughout the day. By establishing automatic routines around money management, you remove the need for decision-making and its accompanying willpower drain. Your positive financial behaviors become as automatic as brushing your teeth, something you do without debate or internal negotiation. Think of your financial life as a garden that requires regular tending. You wouldn't expect to plant seeds once and return months later to a flourishing harvest. Similarly, you can't make a budget in January and ignore your finances until December. Daily watering, weeding, and nurturing, small actions repeated consistently, create the conditions for growth. Your financial rituals are this daily tending, ensuring your money ecosystem thrives rather than withers. The belief behavior outcome model. The connection between daily rituals and long-term financial success can be understood through what I call the belief behavior outcome model. This framework illuminates how our deepest beliefs drive our daily behaviors, which ultimately create our financial outcomes. By understanding this three-part system, you gain the power to transform your financial reality from the inside out. The foundation, beliefs. At the foundation of the model lie your beliefs, the often unconscious assumptions you hold about yourself, money, wealth, and what you deserve. These beliefs weren't chosen consciously. Most formed during childhood based on what you observed in your family and community. Others develop through pivotal experiences with money, both positive and negative. Beliefs function as the operating system of your financial life. They run silently in the background, influencing every decision without announcing their presence. Some common limiting beliefs include money is the root of all evil, rich people are unethical, I'm not good with numbers, or financial success requires sacrifice of what matters most. Identifying your beliefs requires introspection. Ask yourself, what did my parents teach me about money? What financial truths do I consider self-evident? How do I complete the sentence, money always? What feelings arise when I think about wealth or wealthy people? These questions reveal the hidden beliefs shaping your financial reality. The power of working at the belief level comes from its leverage effect. Change a core belief, and you automatically change dozens of behaviors flowing from it. For instance, shifting from I'll never be good with money to I'm developing financial intelligence daily transforms everything from how you approach financial education to how you respond to financial challenges. The bridge, behaviors. Behaviors form the middle component of our model, the bridge between what you believe and what you experience. Your daily financial rituals and habits directly reflect your underlying beliefs and create your financial outcomes. These behaviors include obvious financial actions like spending, saving, and investing, but also subtler behaviors like how you talk about money, how you respond to financial opportunities, and even the financial information you consume or avoid. The behavior level is where transformation becomes visible. While beliefs exist in your mind, behaviors exist in the physical world, where they can be observed, measured, and modified. This makes the behavior level particularly useful for tracking progress and creating accountability. Effective financial behaviors typically fall into several categories. First are awareness behaviors, tracking expenses, reviewing accounts, and monitoring progress toward goals. Next are protection behaviors, maintaining emergency funds, obtaining appropriate insurance, and avoiding financial fraud. Growth behaviors include regular investing, skill development, and network building. Finally, alignment behaviors ensure your financial actions match your values and long-term objectives. The key to behavior change lies in starting small. Rather than attempting complete financial transformation overnight, focus on establishing one positive financial ritual at a time. Once that ritual becomes automatic, typically after 30 to 60 days of consistent practice, add another. This incremental approach builds momentum while avoiding the overwhelm that leads to abandoning financial goals. The result, outcomes. Outcomes represent the visible results of your financial beliefs and behaviors, your net worth, income streams, debt levels, and overall financial security. These outcomes provide feedback about the effectiveness of your beliefs and behaviors, allowing you to make adjustments as needed. Financial outcomes typically develop in predictable stages. First comes stability, eliminating crisis-driven financial decisions and establishing basic security. Next comes growth, increasing assets, income streams, and financial opportunities. Finally comes freedom, reaching the point where work becomes optional rather than necessary for survival. Outcomes serve as both the result of past beliefs and behaviors and the catalyst for future ones. Positive outcomes reinforce empowering beliefs, creating virtuous cycles of financial improvement. Negative outcomes provide valuable data about which beliefs and behaviors need adjustment, creating opportunities for course correction. The most powerful aspect of the belief-behavior outcome model is its interconnectedness. While the model suggests a linear progression from beliefs to behaviors to outcomes, in practice, these elements form a dynamic system with multiple feedback loops. Beliefs influence behaviors, which create outcomes, which then reinforce or challenge beliefs. This interconnected nature means you can enter the system at any point to create positive change. Practical application of the model. To apply this model in your financial life, begin with an honest assessment of all three components. What beliefs do you hold about money and wealth? What daily financial behaviors do you practice consistently? What outcomes are you currently experiencing? Look for disconnects between what you say you want, outcomes, and what you actually do, behaviors, or believe. Next, identify one limiting belief you're ready to transform. Perhaps it's, I'll never have enough, or money management is complicated and boring. Challenge this belief by seeking contrary evidence, studying counterexamples, or experimenting with the opposite assumption. Replace it with an empowering alternative that feels believable, even if slightly uncomfortable. With your new belief in mind, design a simple daily ritual that reinforces it. If your new belief is, I'm building financial intelligence daily, your ritual might be reading one article about money management each morning with your coffee. If your new belief is, I create value that deserves compensation, your ritual might be identifying and documenting your professional contributions each evening. Track both your consistency with the ritual and any changes in your financial outcomes. Notice how small shifts in daily behaviors gradually create meaningful changes in your financial reality. Use these positive outcomes to reinforce your new beliefs, creating an upward spiral of financial improvement. Remember that transformation happens in stages. You may experience resistance, setbacks, or periods of doubt. This is normal and expected. The key is persistence, continuing to align your beliefs and behaviors with your desired outcomes, even when progress seems slow or uncertain. Your financial future is being built today through the interaction of your beliefs, behaviors, and outcomes. By consciously engaging with this model, you transform financial success from a matter of luck or circumstance into a natural reflection of who you are becoming. The Morning Money Minute. Among all financial rituals, the Morning Money Minute stands out for its simplicity and impact. This 60-second practice, performed first thing each morning, sets a powerful tone for your financial day. It begins with a deep breath and statement of gratitude for what you already have. Next, you visualize one financial goal as already accomplished, engaging all your senses in the experience. Finally, you identify one specific action you'll take today to move toward your financial objectives. This ritual works on multiple levels. Psychologically, it programs your reticular activating system, the part of your brain that filters information, to notice financial opportunities throughout the day. Emotionally, it replaces anxiety about money with purposeful intention. Practically, it ensures that financial progress doesn't get lost amid daily urgencies. The compound effect of this single minute, practiced consistently, can literally transform your financial trajectory. When you understand the connection between your beliefs, daily rituals, and financial outcomes, you hold the keys to lasting prosperity. The wealthiest people aren't those who chase money most desperately, but those who align their internal world with the abundance they seek to create externally. The Wealth Mirror: what you believe, you receive. As we close this first chapter, I hope you're beginning to see the fundamental shift required to attract true wealth. The connection between your self-worth and financial worth isn't just some woo-woo concept, it's the foundation of sustainable abundance. Look, I used to be that person pulling all-nighters, grinding away at projects, convinced that if I just worked harder, the money would follow. Spoiler alert, it didn't, not in any meaningful way. What changed everything wasn't working more hours. It was upgrading my internal programming about what I deserved and what was possible. Those mindset shifts we explored aren't optional if you want to transform financial despair into prosperity. They're the non-negotiable first step. When you replace "money is scarce" with "abundance flows easily to me," you're not just repeating cute affirmations. You're literally rewiring your brain to spot opportunities your old programming would have filtered out. And those daily rituals? They're not just nice-to-haves. They're the bridge between occasional inspired thoughts and genuine transformation. Your consistent actions encode your new beliefs into your nervous system, making abundance your default setting rather than something you have to constantly chase. The old model of work yourself to exhaustion to maybe get ahead someday is officially retired. Your new approach, aligning your energy and focus with abundance, works even while you sleep. It's wealth attraction on autopilot. But here's what excites me most for you. This is just the beginning. In the coming chapters, you'll discover exactly how to implement the prosperity protocol that's helped my clients 3x their income in under 6 months without adding a single hour to their work week. Master the wealth attraction meditation that literally rewires your brain for abundance, even if you've failed at meditation before. Deploy the 5-minute morning ritual that primes your day for synchronicities and opportunities. This alone changed everything for me. If you've struggled with money for years despite your best efforts, it wasn't your fault. You were simply operating with an outdated manual. But now, you're getting the upgraded version, and everything is about to change. The journey from where you are to where you want to be isn't about pushing harder. It's about aligning deeper. Your relationship with wealth starts with your relationship with yourself, and that relationship is about to get a whole lot better. Ready to continue? Turn the page. Your wealth magnetism is just warming up. Chapter 2. Tuning into prosperity's frequency. What you've believed about money has been limiting you all along. Money doesn't just flow to those who work hardest. It gravitates toward those who are internally aligned with its nature. I discovered this truth the hard way after years of grinding myself into exhaustion while watching seemingly less qualified colleagues effortlessly attract financial opportunities. The difference wasn't their resumes, it was their relationship with abundance itself. Your financial reality right now, whether thriving or struggling, is a direct reflection of your internal belief system about wealth. This isn't some woo-woo concept. It's a practical principle that operates whether you acknowledge it or not. Think about it. How many times have you talked yourself out of pursuing a lucrative opportunity because people like me don't get those kinds of breaks? Or sabotaged a potential raise because deep down you didn't feel worthy of earning more? The frequency factor. We exist in a universe of energy and frequency, and yes, this applies to your bank account too. When your internal beliefs about money vibrate at a frequency of lack, fear, or unworthiness, you're essentially tuning your personal radio to the struggle station. The good news? You can change the channel. Your financial frequency is adjustable, and this chapter will show you exactly how to recalibrate it. I've worked with thousands of clients who transformed their financial situations not by working more hours, but by aligning their internal world with the frequency of abundance. Take Sarah, a graphic designer who doubled her income in 6 months after addressing her deep-seated belief that creative work isn't valued. Or Michael, who finally launched his 7-figure business after we dismantled his family's generational pattern of just getting by. What makes this approach so powerful is that it works on autopilot. When you're aligned with prosperity's frequency, you don't have to chase money. It begins seeking you out. Opportunities appear coincidentally. People who can advance your financial situation seem to enter your life at just the right moment. This isn't magic. It's what happens when you've programmed your subconscious to recognize and receive abundance rather than repel it. In the pages ahead, we'll explore how to align your personal energy with the frequency of abundance, moving beyond surface-level affirmations to rewire your deepest beliefs about what you deserve and what's possible. You'll learn why vibrational energy isn't just spiritual talk, but a practical tool for attracting financial opportunities. Most importantly, I'll share concrete methods for maintaining a consistent, prosperous vibration, even when life throws inevitable curveballs your way. The transformation we're about to embark on isn't just about making more money, though that will certainly happen. It's about creating a fundamentally different relationship with wealth itself. When you tune into prosperity's frequency, you stop seeing money as something to chase, hoard, or fear. Instead, it becomes a natural extension of your value in the world, flowing to and through you with surprising ease. Are you ready to stop working against your financial nature and start magnetizing wealth instead? Your prosperity isn't some distant destination. It's a frequency that's already broadcasting. All you need to do is tune in. Can your thoughts about money make you rich? George Whitman sat on the edge of his bed, the morning light filtering through the half-drawn blinds, casting long shadows across the worn carpet. He held the credit card bill in his hand, staring at the number at the bottom, a figure that made his stomach twist. "Every damn month," he muttered. The same cycle played out like clockwork. Paycheck, bills, nothing left. His father's voice echoed in his mind. "Money doesn't grow on trees, boy." George had believed that his whole life. He'd believed money was hard to come by, that rich people were just lucky or born into it, that he would always struggle. The room felt smaller suddenly. George tossed the bill onto the nightstand and moved to the window, pushing it open. The spring air rushed in, carrying with it the scent of fresh-cut grass from the neighbor's yard. 3 houses down, Tom Parker washed his new BMW, water cascading over its sleek surface. Tom had started with nothing, less than nothing really, and now owned the most successful real estate company in the county. What makes him different? George wondered aloud. They'd gone to the same schools, grew up in the same neighborhood, yet their financial realities couldn't be more opposite. He remembered something his sister had said last Christmas. Your beliefs become your reality, Georgie. He dismissed it as New Age nonsense at the time, but the thought clung to him now like a burr. The phone rang, jarring him from his thoughts. His sister Kelly's voice came through, bright and urgent. George, you have to meet me for lunch. I've got someone you need to talk to. Not today, Kel, he said, eyeing the bill again. I'm not in the mood. That's exactly why you need to come, she pressed. This guy changed my whole perspective on money. Remember how I was drowning in debt last year? Well, I'm not anymore. And it's not because I won the lottery. George scoffed, but curiosity nibbled at him. What, he's some kind of financial advisor? Not exactly, Kelly said. He teaches people how their beliefs about money create their financial reality. Sounds woo-woo, I know, but hear me out. Save it, George interrupted, more sharply than he intended. Birds chirped outside his window, oblivious to human concerns like credit card debt and empty bank accounts. I don't need a lecture on positive thinking. It's not just positive thinking, Kelly said, her voice softening. It's about identifying the beliefs that limit you. Like, do you still think wealthy people are all greedy? Or that you have to work yourself to death to make a decent living? Because those thoughts aren't just thoughts, George. They're like magnets. They attract or repel money based on the energy you put out. George pressed his fingers against the bridge of his nose. The idea seemed ridiculous, yet something about it tugged at him. He thought about Tom Parker again, always smiling, always talking about opportunities instead of problems. Was there something to this? The mail truck pulled up outside. More bills, no doubt. George watched the carrier place an envelope in his box. Fine, he said at last. Where and when? Kelly named a place downtown, and George agreed to meet her in an hour. As he hung up, he felt a strange mix of skepticism and hope. The bills still sat on his nightstand, the numbers unchanged. But for the first time in years, George wondered if perhaps the problem wasn't the world around him, but the world within him. He grabbed his keys and wallet, pausing at the door. What if his thoughts about money had been keeping money away? What if changing his internal beliefs could actually change his external reality? The concept seemed both absurdly simple and impossibly complex. What if the key to financial abundance wasn't hidden in some secret investment strategy or lucky break, but in the very thoughts he allowed to occupy his mind? Human. I like this story. Can you add to this exploring how he changes his internal framework to have better financial success and what this does to his energy and his life? The energy of abundance. Have you ever noticed how some people seem to effortlessly attract money and opportunities? It's as if they're broadcasting on a frequency that wealth recognizes and responds to. This isn't just coincidence or luck, it's energy alignment. Your personal energy field acts like a magnet, drawing to you experiences that match your dominant thoughts, beliefs, and emotions about wealth. Scientific research in quantum physics suggests that everything, including money, is energy vibrating at different frequencies. When you align your personal energy with the frequency of abundance, you become a natural attractor for prosperity. This alignment happens when your thoughts, feelings, and actions consistently focus on abundance rather than scarcity. Think of yourself as a radio receiver. If you're tuned to station 104.5 FM, you can't pick up broadcasts from 98.7 FM. Similarly, if your energy is tuned to scarcity, doubt, and fear, you won't receive the abundance signals floating all around you. You need to adjust your dial. Most people operate with their abundance receivers miscalibrated. They wonder why wealth eludes them while unknowingly broadcasting on the frequency of not enough. Their internal dialogue sounds like, I can't afford that, money is hard to come by, or rich people are just lucky. Each of these thoughts emits a specific energy that repels rather than attracts financial opportunities. Your subconscious mind doesn't distinguish between what's real and what's vividly imagined. When you consistently visualize abundance with genuine emotion, your brain begins firing in new patterns that align with prosperity. This isn't magical thinking, it's neuroscience. You're literally rewiring your neural pathways to recognize and act on financial opportunities you previously couldn't see. Like a gardener preparing soil for planting, aligning your energy with abundance requires preparation. You must first clear away the weeds of limiting beliefs that have taken root in your subconscious. These beliefs weren't chosen by you. They were inherited from parents, teachers, society, and past experiences with money. Identifying these beliefs is the first step toward transforming them. Gratitude acts as a powerful catalyst for energetic alignment with abundance. When you feel genuine appreciation for what you already have, you signal to the universe that you recognize and value abundance. This appreciation creates a magnetic pull, attracting more experiences to be grateful for. Start with appreciating the money already flowing through your life, no matter how small the amount may seem. The key to aligning with prosperity's frequency isn't changing your external circumstances first, but rather shifting your internal energy to match what you wish to attract. Vibrational energy and your financial reality. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, and every word you speak carries a specific vibration. This isn't New Age fluff. It's increasingly backed by quantum physics. The objects and experiences we perceive as solid matter are actually condensed energy vibrating at specific frequencies. Money, success, and opportunities also exist as energetic patterns waiting to be attracted through resonance. Have you ever walked into a room and immediately felt the vibe was off? Or met someone who radiated confidence and success without saying a word? That's vibrational energy at work. We're constantly sensing and responding to these subtle energetic signatures, often without conscious awareness. Your financial reality works the same way. It's responding to the vibrational signature you're emitting. Most people's relationship with money operates on autopilot, governed by unconscious patterns. Their vibrational offering about wealth was programmed during childhood and rarely questioned in adulthood. If you grew up hearing, "money doesn't grow on trees," or "we can't afford that," these phrases created energetic grooves that your thoughts about money still travel along today. I once worked with a client who couldn't understand why her business wouldn't grow past a certain point. During our work together, she realized she carried a deep-seated belief that too much money corrupts people. Though she consciously wanted wealth, her unconscious vibration was pushing it away to protect her moral integrity. Once she recognized and resolved this conflict, her income doubled within 6 months. Think of your vibrational relationship with money like your relationship with any person. If you're constantly suspicious, resentful, or fearful around someone, they'll likely withdraw from you. Money responds similarly. When you worry about it, resent those who have it, or feel undeserving of it, you create a vibration that repels rather than attracts financial opportunities. The good news is that your vibrational set point can be reset. Through conscious awareness and consistent practice, you can elevate your financial frequency. This isn't about positive thinking as a surface-level exercise. It's about genuine vibrational transformation that aligns your entire being, conscious and subconscious, with the frequency of abundance. Social proof of vibrational alignment exists all around us. Look at self-made millionaires and billionaires. Their common trait isn't just hard work, but an unshakable belief in their financial success. From Oprah Winfrey to Warren Buffett, these individuals maintained unwavering faith in abundance, even when external evidence suggested otherwise. Their internal vibration eventually manifested as external reality. Your vibrational offering isn't just about money. It encompasses your entire relationship with giving and receiving value. When you focus on providing genuine value and solutions to others' problems, you naturally align with prosperity's frequency. The most successful people aren't obsessed with money itself, but with creating value that money follows as a natural byproduct. Synchronicity and lucky breaks increase dramatically when your vibration aligns with abundance. You might call it coincidence when you randomly meet the perfect business partner or discover an investment opportunity, but these coincidences appear more frequently when your energy field is calibrated to prosperity. You begin noticing opportunities that were always there but previously invisible to your scarcity-tuned awareness. What if the financial reality you're experiencing isn't random or fixed, but a precise reflection of the vibrational signals you've been unconsciously broadcasting. Daily practices for prosperity consciousness. Maintaining a prosperous vibration isn't a one-time event, but a daily practice. Like physical fitness, your energetic alignment with abundance requires consistent attention and care. Begin each morning by setting your vibrational tone through intentional practices, rather than letting the day's events dictate your frequency. Visualization serves as a powerful tool for vibrational alignment. Spend 5 to 10 minutes each morning seeing yourself already experiencing your desired financial reality. The key is generating authentic emotion. Your subconscious responds to felt experience, not just mental pictures. Feel the relief, excitement, and freedom that financial abundance brings. Your nervous system doesn't distinguish between vividly imagined scenarios and actual experiences. Many people sabotage their prosperity vibration through habitual language patterns. Pay attention to phrases like, "I can't afford that," "money is tight," or "that's too expensive." These statements may seem factual, but they're actually vibrational declarations that perpetuate financial limitation. Replace them with empowering alternatives such as, "I'm choosing to allocate my resources differently," or "How can I afford that?" Environment significantly impacts your prosperity vibration. Your physical surroundings are constantly feeding your subconscious mind messages about wealth or scarcity. Create a living and working space that signals abundance to your nervous system. This doesn't require expensive purchases. Even small adjustments like clearing clutter, repairing broken items, or displaying symbols of prosperity can shift your vibrational set point. The Raise Vibrational Alignment Framework. The Raise framework offers a structured approach to aligning your energy with prosperity's frequency. This practical system breaks down the sometimes abstract concept of vibrational energy into concrete, actionable steps you can implement daily. Recognize your current vibrational state. The journey toward vibrational alignment begins with honest assessment. Most people operate on autopilot, unaware of the energy they're broadcasting about money and success. Take time each day to check in with your emotional state around finances. Are you feeling anxious, resentful, grateful, or confident? These emotions are direct indicators of your vibrational offering. Use a journal to track patterns in your financial vibration. Rate your prosperity consciousness daily on a scale of 1 to 10, noting triggers that raise or lower your frequency. This data reveals your vibrational set points and patterns over time. Many discover they maintain a consistent but unconscious vibrational level that precisely matches their financial results. The recognition phase also involves identifying limiting beliefs operating beneath conscious awareness. Common prosperity blocking beliefs include, "Money is hard to come by," "Rich people are unethical," "I don't deserve wealth," or "Making money requires struggle." Each belief generates a specific vibration that either attracts or repels financial opportunities. Adjust your energy through intentional practices. Once you've recognized your current vibrational state, you can begin adjusting it through deliberate practices. Morning rituals prove particularly effective as they set your energetic tone for the entire day. Consider adopting a prosperity-focused meditation, visualization exercise, or affirmation practice to start your day aligned with abundance. Physical movement powerfully shifts energy. When you notice yourself slipping into scarcity vibration, change your physiology immediately. Stand tall, breathe deeply, smile, or take a brisk walk. These simple actions interrupt negative patterns and create space for recalibration to prosperity consciousness. Adjust your information diet to support vibrational alignment. The news, social media feeds, and conversations you consume significantly impact your energetic state. Curate your inputs deliberately, focusing on content that reinforces abundance rather than scarcity and fear. Consider a periodic financial negativity fast, where you eliminate all scarcity-oriented information for 7 to 21 days. Immerse in abundance consciousness. Immersion accelerates vibrational transformation. Surround yourself with prosperity-minded individuals, environments, and experiences that normalize abundance. The people you spend most time with shape your vibrational set point through a process psychologists call emotional contagion. You literally catch the emotional frequencies of those around you. Create immersive prosperity anchors throughout your day. These might include setting prosperity-themed phone wallpapers, creating a vision board you see multiple times daily, or establishing environmental cues like a special pen you use only for writing abundance-related thoughts or signing checks. These anchors repeatedly trigger alignment with prosperity's frequency. Financial education serves as a form of immersion when approached with the right mindset. Study wealth creation not just for tactical knowledge, but as a way to normalize prosperity in your consciousness. Read biographies of self-made individuals, take courses on investing, or follow thought leaders who embody the prosperity mindset you're cultivating. Sustain through self-regulation. Maintaining a consistent prosperity vibration requires self-regulation skills. External events will inevitably challenge your energetic alignment. The difference between those who manifest abundance and those who don't often comes down to how quickly they return to prosperity consciousness after disruption. Develop personalized reset rituals for when you notice your vibration dropping. These might include gratitude practices, breathing techniques, prosperity affirmations, or brief visualization exercises. The goal is having reliable methods to shift your energy back to abundance within minutes, rather than staying in scarcity vibration for hours or days. Self-compassion forms a crucial component of vibrational maintenance. Berating yourself for financial mistakes or scarcity thoughts only deepens low vibration patterns. Instead, practice gentle awareness and course correction. Acknowledge when you've slipped into scarcity consciousness, then consciously choose to return to abundance thinking without self-judgment. Expand your vibrational capacity. The final component of the RAISE framework involves gradually expanding your capacity to hold prosperity consciousness for longer periods and at higher levels. Like building a muscle, your ability to maintain alignment with abundance grows stronger through consistent practice. Challenge yourself to maintain prosperity consciousness during increasingly difficult circumstances. Begin with maintaining positive financial energy when alone, then expand to holding that vibration during challenging conversations about money, when paying bills, or when facing temporary financial setbacks. Vibrational expansion occurs most powerfully through giving. When you share resources from a place of abundance rather than obligation, you affirm at the deepest level that prosperity flows freely through your life. Start where you are. Even those in financial difficulty can give time, attention, encouragement, or small material gifts. The amount matters less than the consciousness behind the giving. Growth occurs at the edge of comfort. Regularly place yourself in environments that stretch your prosperity consciousness. Attend events where successful people gather, visit high-end stores or neighborhoods with curiosity rather than envy, or set financial goals that feel slightly beyond your current identity. These experiences recalibrate your sense of what's possible. The integration of recognizing, adjusting, immersing, sustaining, and expanding your prosperity vibration creates a comprehensive system for energetic alignment with abundance. As you consistently implement these practices, you'll notice increasing synchronicity between your internal state and external financial reality, confirming that prosperity truly does begin as an energy before manifesting as experience. The vibrational ecosystem. Your prosperity vibration doesn't exist in isolation, but as part of a complete energetic ecosystem. Physical health, relationships, creativity, and spiritual connection all influence your financial frequency. Neglecting these areas creates energetic leaks that compromise your ability to maintain abundance consciousness. Consider adopting a holistic approach to vibrational alignment. Create routines that support your overall energetic well-being. Adequate sleep, nutritious food, movement, meaningful connection, creative expression, and spiritual practice all contribute to a strong financial vibration. When your entire being resonates with vitality, your prosperity consciousness naturally strengthens. The ultimate test of vibrational alignment comes through your response to contrast. When facing financial challenges, do you perceive them as evidence that abundance principles don't work, or as temporary situations teaching you to refine your alignment? Those who successfully manifest prosperity consistently choose the latter perspective, maintaining their energetic connection to abundance, even when external evidence suggests scarcity. By mastering your personal energy, exploring the vibrational nature of financial reality, and implementing daily practices to maintain prosperity consciousness, you establish yourself as a powerful attractor for wealth. Your financial future is being created in this moment through the frequency you're broadcasting. Choose to tune into prosperity's channel and watch as your external reality begins reflecting your internal shift. Tuning your financial frequency. Let's face it, most of us weren't taught how to consciously align our energy with wealth. I spent years chasing money while unconsciously repelling it with my own anxious vibration. Talk about working against yourself. What you've learned in this chapter isn't just theoretical, it's practical magic for your financial life. By deliberately aligning your personal energy with the frequency of abundance, you've acquired perhaps the most overlooked wealth-building tool available to you. No investment strategy or business plan can overcome a fundamental energetic misalignment with prosperity. Remember that your beliefs create your financial reality. This isn't wishful thinking. It's a profound mechanism that operates whether you're conscious of it or not. When you shift from scarcity-based thinking to an abundance mindset, you're essentially reprogramming your wealth attraction system at its source. The vibrational aspect of wealth creation might seem abstract until you experience it firsthand. That first unexpected check, that surprising opportunity, that perfect connection that seems to appear out of nowhere. These aren't coincidences. They're evidence that you've successfully tuned your frequency to match what you desire. Have you noticed how differently you move through the world when you've deliberately aligned with prosperity? There's a lightness, a confidence that permeates your interactions. People respond differently. Opportunities present themselves more readily. You're not just hoping for abundance, you're embodying it. Maintaining this prosperous vibration isn't always easy, especially when life throws its inevitable curveballs. But the daily practices we've explored, gratitude rituals, visualization, energy clearing, conscious language choices, these aren't luxuries. They're essential maintenance for your wealth attraction system. Think of it this way. Would you expect your car to run without regular maintenance? Of course not. Your energetic alignment with prosperity requires the same consistent attention. As you move forward, integrate these practices into your daily routine until they become second nature. Your financial evolution isn't something that happens to you. It's something you consciously direct through your energetic output. In the next chapter, we'll build on this foundation by exploring how to transform your relationship with money itself, creating a partnership rather than a struggle. For now, trust that as you maintain your prosperity frequency, you're creating ripple effects in your financial reality that will continue to expand. Your relationship with abundance is a living, breathing connection. Nurture it daily and watch as your external circumstances increasingly reflect your internal prosperity. Chapter 3. Overcoming the myth of harder work. Are you working harder only to stay in the same place? Wealth creation has a dirty little secret that most financial gurus won't tell you. Working harder rarely makes you richer. I discovered this truth the hard way after years of burning the midnight oil, only to watch my bank account remain stubbornly unchanged. The conventional wisdom that grinding away leads to greater financial rewards isn't just misleading. It's potentially destructive to both your wealth and well-being. You've likely heard it your entire life. Put in the hours, hustle harder, no pain, no gain. These mantras are so deeply woven into our cultural fabric that questioning them feels almost blasphemous. But what if I told you that the people who accumulate true wealth aren't necessarily working more hours than you? What if the secret to financial magnetism isn't found in exhaustion, but in strategic relaxation? This chapter challenges the deeply entrenched myth that financial abundance is directly proportional to hours worked. It's a belief that has kept countless ambitious people, myself included, trapped in a cycle of overwork and underwhelming results. Think about it. If sheer effort was the key to wealth, every construction worker and nurse pulling double shifts would be millionaires. But we know that's not the case. The relationship between relaxation and wealth creation might initially seem counterintuitive. After all, how can doing less possibly lead to earning more? Yet the evidence suggests that your most valuable financial insights and opportunities emerge not when you're frantically busy, but when your mind has the space to recognize patterns, make connections, and see possibilities that remain invisible during states of stress and exhaustion. Your brain on relaxation becomes a wealth attraction magnet that your overworked self simply cannot match. What's particularly fascinating is how our misconception about work and wealth creates a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you believe more effort equals more money, you naturally respond to financial pressure by working harder. This leads to burnout, which compromises decision-making, creativity, and opportunity recognition, the very qualities needed for wealth creation. The cycle perpetuates itself. More work, less return, greater frustration, even more work. Sound familiar? Throughout this chapter, we'll explore how to break this cycle by adopting what I call relaxed productivity, a counterintuitive approach that prioritizes strategic rest, focused energy, and value creation over hours logged. You'll discover why the wealthiest people often appear to be working less while earning more. Hint, they're not just lucky. We'll examine the neurological evidence showing how relaxation enhances the cognitive functions essential for wealth attraction, and I'll share practical techniques to implement this approach in your own life, regardless of your current financial situation. This isn't about working less for the sake of laziness. It's about working differently to achieve exponentially better results. It's about understanding that in the realm of wealth attraction, quality trumps quantity every single time. By the end of this chapter, you'll have a clear roadmap for transitioning from the exhausting work harder paradigm to the much more rewarding attract smarter approach that genuine wealth builders have always known about. So take a deep breath. Relax those shoulders that have been creeping up toward your ears. You're about to discover that the path to financial abundance isn't paved with sacrifice and suffering, but with strategic ease and aligned action. And honestly, it's about damn time. The wealth trap that no one talks about. Jake Brennan sat in his study, staring blankly at the spreadsheet that displayed his monthly finances. The numbers hadn't changed much in 5 years, despite working 60-hour weeks at the law firm. Outside, the December sky darkened early, and the street lamps cast long shadows across his desk. He rubbed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. More hours, more cases, more clients, he muttered to himself. That was supposed to be the formula. His father's voice echoed in his head. Work harder, boy. That's how you make it in this world. Jake had believed it. He'd structured his entire life around it. The promotion to senior partner last year had brought a modest salary bump, but nothing that changed his life. Meanwhile, his college roommate Ryan had started a small consulting business that now generated 5 times Jake's income, while Ryan worked half the hours. The furnace kicked on, blowing warm air through the vents. Jake loosened his tie and walked to the window. His neighbor Tom was pulling into his driveway in a new Tesla. Tom, who had quit his banking job to start some weird online business, had a phase. Jake didn't understand. The thought irritated him. He turned back to his desk and picked up the book Ryan had given him for his birthday. Something about wealth mindsets and abundance thinking. He dismissed it as self-help garbage, but now with the spreadsheet mocking him from the computer screen, he flipped it open. Wealth is created, not earned. The first chapter began. Jake snorted, but something made him keep reading as the night grew deeper. The idea that wealth came from creating value rather than trading time for money struck him as both ridiculous and somehow true. The part about mutual benefit versus taking from others made him think of his legal career. How often had he actually created something versus simply moved money around? His phone buzzed. A text from his sister. Dad's in the hospital again. Nothing serious, just the usual. Jake set the book down. His father had worked himself into 3 heart attacks already, all while preaching the gospel of hard work equaling success. Yet he died still worried about money. Jake stared at the family photo on his desk, taken at his law school graduation. His father's proud smile, the firm handshake, the whispered, "Now go make something of yourself." Was that really the path to wealth? Or had he been magnetized to the wrong pole all along? What if the very beliefs he had about making money were the exact things keeping him from creating true wealth in his life? The tired hamster. why working harder isn't making you richer. Have you ever felt like you're stuck on a financial treadmill, working harder and longer, yet your bank account stubbornly refuses to grow in proportion to your efforts? Join the club. I spent years convinced that if I just worked one more hour or took one more client, financial freedom would finally arrive. Spoiler alert, it didn't. The idea that more work equals more wealth is perhaps the most persistent myth in our culture. We glorify the 80-hour work week and celebrate the entrepreneurs who sleep under their desks. Headlines trumpet stories of self-made billionaires who never took a vacation for 10 years. These narratives reinforce what I call the effort fallacy, the mistaken belief that financial success is directly proportional to hours worked. Let's look at some cold, hard facts. Studies consistently show that productivity sharply declines after 50 to 55 hours of work per week. Research from Stanford University found that output falls dramatically after a 55-hour work week, and someone who puts in 70 hours produces nothing more than someone who put in 55 nothing. Zip. Nada. Yet how many of us still push ourselves well beyond this threshold? Think of your productivity like watering a garden. A certain amount of water helps plants thrive and grow. But double or triple that amount, and you don't get double or triple the growth. You drown the plants. Our capacity for productive work follows the same principle of diminishing returns. The wealthiest people in the world aren't necessarily the hardest workers. They're the smartest workers. Warren Buffett famously spends hours reading and thinking, not frantically executing tasks. Bill Gates takes think weeks, where he isolates himself to read and contemplate. These billionaires understand something fundamental. Wealth comes from value creation, not just effort exertion. Consider the story of two entrepreneurs. Jessica works 80-hour weeks, handling every aspect of her consulting business herself. Michael works a focused 30 hours, spending his time only on high-leverage activities while delegating or automating everything else. A year later, Michael's business has tripled while Jessica's has grown only marginally, and she's burned out. The difference wasn't hours invested, it was strategy. The relationship between effort and reward isn't linear, it's exponential when properly aligned. This means finding what economists call your comparative advantage, the tasks where your unique skills create disproportionate value. For some, an hour spent networking might generate more financial return than 10 hours of routine administrative work. What's really happening when we overwork ourselves is that we're often avoiding the harder mental challenges of figuring out how to work smarter. It's easier to stay busy than to pause and strategize. It's comfortable to keep doing what we know rather than risk new approaches that might generate exponentially better results. Breaking free from the work harder mentality requires a fundamental shift in thinking. Instead of asking, how can I do more, start asking, how can I create more value? Instead of how many hours did I work today, ask, what did I accomplish that moved the needle? These questions reorient your focus from input, hours worked, to output, value created. The path to wealth isn't paved with exhaustion and sacrifice. It's built on creating maximum value with minimum effort through strategic thinking, leverage, and alignment with your unique strengths. The relaxation paradox: why your best financial ideas come when you're not trying. Have you ever noticed how your best ideas seem to arrive when you're in the shower, taking a walk, or just about to fall asleep? There's a neurological reason for this phenomenon. When you're relaxed, your brain shifts from focused beta waves to more creative alpha waves. This state allows for connections between previously unrelated concepts, the very definition of creativity. The financial implications of this relaxation effect are profound, yet largely ignored in our hustle-obsessed culture. Innovation, creative problem-solving, and strategic thinking, all critical components of wealth creation, flourish in relaxed states and wither under stress. Your million-dollar idea is more likely to emerge during a leisurely walk than during your 14th consecutive hour at the office. Stress and financial decision-making are terrible bedfellows. When you're stressed, your brain essentially shuts down access to your prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for planning, rational thinking, and impulse control. Instead, you operate from your amygdala, the primitive fight-or-flight center. This neurological shift explains why financially stressed people often make poor financial decisions, creating a vicious cycle that's difficult to escape. Let me share something personal. My biggest financial breakthrough came during a forced sabbatical. After burning out from 70-hour work weeks, I took 3 months off, spending mornings at the beach and afternoons reading without an agenda. On day 37 of doing nothing productive, I had the insight that led to restructuring my business model, ultimately tripling my income while cutting my work hours in half. The irony wasn't lost on me. What looked like doing nothing was actually my most productive period. Think of your wealth creating capacity like a garden hose. When you're stressed and overworked, it's as if someone is standing on the hose. The water, your creative financial energy, is still there, but it can't flow. Relaxation takes the pressure off the hose, allowing abundance to flow naturally. Your job isn't to push harder on the water, it's to remove the obstacles blocking its natural flow. Research backs this up. A 2016 study published in the Journal of Consumer Research found that financial decision-making quality improves significantly after periods of mental rest. Participants who were given time to mentally disengage before making investment choices consistently outperformed who were kept in a state of continuous mental engagement. The relaxed group not only made better decisions, but also reported higher satisfaction with their choices. The most financially successful people I know have all incorporated strategic relaxation into their wealth building practice. They understand that relaxation isn't an indulgence, it's a powerful tool for financial magnetism. One real estate investor I work with schedules 3 thinking days per month, where he does nothing but walk in nature and think about his portfolio. He attributes over 80% of his most profitable deals to insights gained during these deliberate relaxation periods. Cultures that embrace this principle often demonstrate remarkable financial acumen. Consider Sweden, with its concept of lagom, balance, and emphasis on work-life harmony. Despite shorter work hours than Americans, Swedes report both higher life satisfaction and higher productivity per hour worked. They're not working less, they're working smarter by honoring the relationship between relaxation and productivity. What happens physiologically when you relax is fascinating. Your body releases dopamine and serotonin, neurotransmitters that not only make you feel good, but also enhance cognitive function and creativity. These chemicals literally reconfigure your brain to become more receptive to opportunity and innovation. By contrast, the stress hormone cortisol, released during prolonged work periods, actually inhibits the very mental functions you need for financial success. Even brief relaxation interventions can have powerful effects. A 2019 study from the University of Illinois found that just 20 minutes of mindful relaxation significantly improved participants' ability to identify financial opportunities in complex scenarios. The relaxed group spotted 30% more viable options than the control group, demonstrating how quickly the relaxation advantage can manifest. What would happen to your financial life if you stopped treating relaxation as a reward for hard work and started seeing it as an essential component of your wealth creation strategy? The art of relaxed productivity. Relaxed productivity sounds like an oxymoron in our achievement-obsessed culture, but it's actually the secret operating system of many wealthy individuals. This approach isn't about working less, it's about working differently. It means bringing a state of calm, focused attention to your highest value activities while eliminating the stress-producing elements that drain your creative energy. The science behind this approach is compelling. When you're in a state of relaxed alertness, your brain produces alpha waves, which enhance creativity and problem-solving abilities. Simultaneously, your prefrontal cortex, responsible for executive function and decision-making, operates at peak efficiency. This neurological state is ideal for both generating innovative ideas and making sound financial decisions. Implementing relaxed productivity starts with identifying your zone of genius, those activities where your unique talents create maximum value with minimum effort. For some, this might be strategic planning. For others, relationship building or creative problem solving. The key is spending more time in this zone and less time on tasks that deplete your energy without significant return. Consider the financial impact of this approach. When I shifted from working frantically across all aspects of my business to focusing exclusively on my zone of genius, content creation and strategy, my income doubled within 6 months while my work hours decreased by 30%. The math is simple. An hour spent in your zone of genius can generate 5 to 10 times more financial value than an hour spent on tasks you should delegate, automate, or eliminate. Think of relaxed productivity like driving a car. When you're tense and gripping the steering wheel too tightly, you actually have less control and responsiveness. Your movements become jerky and overcompensated. But when you hold the wheel with relaxed alertness, you maintain perfect control with minimal effort. Your financial journey follows the same principle. Maximum results come from relaxed, focused intention rather than white-knuckle forcing. One practical strategy for achieving this state is the 90-10 rule. Spend 90% of your work time in completely focused, present-moment attention on high-value activities. Then take a full 10-minute break for every 90 minutes worked. During these breaks, do something completely different. Walk outside, meditate, or engage in light physical movement. This rhythm works with your brain's natural attention cycles and prevents the diminishing returns that come from pushing beyond your productive threshold. Technology can be either an ally or enemy in achieving relaxed productivity. Tools like the Pomodoro technique, 25 minutes of focused work, followed by a 5-minute break, or apps like Freedom that block distracting websites can help maintain that coveted state of relaxed focus. The key is using technology intentionally rather than allowing it to fragment your attention. Decision fatigue is the silent killer of productivity and wealth building. Every decision you make throughout the day depletes your mental energy, regardless of the decision's importance. This is why Steve Jobs wore the same outfit daily, and why Mark Zuckerberg follows a similar practice. By eliminating trivial decisions, they conserve mental energy for the high-stakes decisions that actually impact their wealth. Consider creating your own wealth routines, standardized processes for recurring decisions that free your mental bandwidth for truly creative thinking. The path to sustainable wealth isn't through frenetic activity or burnout-inducing effort, but through mastering the art of relaxed productivity, where strategic focus, physiological balance, and creative flow converge to multiply your financial impact while preserving your most precious resource, your well-being. Breaking Free, your personal liberation plan. The journey from exhausting effort to effortless wealth creation doesn't happen overnight. It requires systematic reprogramming of both your mindset and your practical approach to work. Let's create your personal roadmap for this transformation. First, conduct an energy audit of your current activities. For 1 week, track everything you do in 30-minute increments. Beside each activity, note 2 things: its potential financial impact, high, medium, or low, and how it affects your energy level, depleting, neutral, or energizing. This simple exercise often reveals surprising insights. Many of us spend hours on depleting activities with minimal financial return, while neglecting energizing activities with high wealth-building potential. After completing your audit, identify your wealth accelerators, activities where you experience both high energy and high financial impact. These are your zone of genius activities that should form the core of your work life. Commit to increasing time spent in this quadrant by at least 20% in the coming month. Next, examine your wealth drains, tasks that deplete your energy while offering minimal financial return. For each item in this category, ask yourself, can this be delegated, automated, eliminated entirely? Sometimes the most productive decision is to stop doing something altogether. One client eliminated her least profitable service offering and watched her income increase by 35% within 3 months, all while working fewer hours. Now let's address the mindset component. Many of us carry unconscious beliefs that keep us trapped in the overwork cycle. Do any of these sound familiar? I don't deserve success unless I'm struggling. Taking it easy means I'm lazy. If I relax, someone else will get ahead. These limiting beliefs often stem from childhood programming or cultural conditioning, but they can be systematically replaced. Try this exercise. For each limiting belief you identify, create a wealth-friendly alternative. For example, I don't deserve success unless I'm struggling becomes my success comes from working smarter, not harder. Taking it easy means I'm lazy transforms to strategic rest increases my productive capacity. Write these new beliefs on index cards and review them each morning for 30 days. This practice literally rewires your neural pathways over time. Let's get practical about structuring your ideal day for maximum wealth magnetism. The most financially successful people I know follow a similar pattern. They protect their peak cognitive hours, usually morning, for their highest value creative work. They batch similar tasks together to minimize context switching, and they deliberately schedule recovery periods throughout the day. One powerful technique is the bookend method, creating strong morning and evening routines that frame your day with intention. Your morning routine might include visualization of your financial goals, reviewing your wealth-friendly beliefs, and planning your most important tasks. Your evening routine could involve reflecting on your successes, expressing gratitude, and setting priorities for tomorrow. These simple practices create powerful subconscious momentum toward your financial goals. Technology can be your greatest ally or your worst enemy in this process. Use digital tools to automate low-value tasks, but be vigilant about technology that fragments your attention. Consider a notification fast, turning off all non-essential alerts for 72 hours. Many clients report this single change dramatically increases both their productivity and their ability to enter flow states where their best wealth-building ideas emerge. The Freedom Formula. Let me share what I call the Freedom Formula, a simple but powerful framework for making the transition to effortless wealth creation. This formula provides the structure needed to transition from exhausting effort to effortless wealth magnetism. The beauty of this approach is that it works regardless of your starting point, industry, or personal circumstances. Remember that the transition to relaxed productivity isn't about doing less. It's about having more impact with less wasted effort. It's about creating space for the insights and opportunities that actually move the financial needle, rather than staying busy with low-value activities that merely create the illusion of progress. The greatest financial breakthrough awaits in the sweet spot where your natural talents meet genuine market needs, delivered through systems that leverage your efforts and preserve your vital energy. This is the essence of becoming a wealth magnet rather than a wealth chaser, attracting abundance naturally through aligned action rather than depleting yourself in exhausting pursuit. The courage to choose. Different transitioning to this new approach requires something rarely discussed in wealth-building literature: courage. It takes genuine bravery to step off the hamster wheel when everyone around you is running faster. It requires confidence to tell clients you're unavailable on Fridays when conventional wisdom says you should always be on. It demands faith to spend an hour in strategic thinking when your to-do list is screaming for attention. Society has trained us to equate busyness with importance and stress with success. Breaking free from these cultural programs means being willing to look strange to others who are still operating under the old paradigm. Are you ready to be the weirdo who leaves the office at 3 p.m., not because you're slacking, but because you've completed your high-value work for the day and recognize that additional hours would yield diminishing returns? The people who achieve remarkable financial success while maintaining balance aren't superhuman. They've simply rejected the false choice between wealth and well-being. They understand that true prosperity includes both. They've discovered that by working in alignment with their natural energy patterns rather than against them, they can accomplish more with less effort. Consider this your permission slip to reject the mythology of harder work. Your path to financial abundance lies not in how many hours you can endure, but in how perfectly you can align your unique gifts with meaningful market opportunities, all while maintaining the relaxed, receptive state where wealth magnetism naturally occurs. The question isn't whether you can afford to adopt this approach. It's whether you can afford not to. The cost of continuing down the path of harder work isn't just burnout and stress. It's also the opportunity cost of the creative insights, strategic relationships, and innovative solutions that never have the chance to emerge when you're constantly in motion. The true breakthrough comes when you realize that wealth creation isn't about forcing, struggling, or sacrificing. It's about aligning, flowing, and magnifying the impact of your natural strengths through strategic action and relaxed productivity. This is the essential paradigm shift that transforms wealth from something you chase to something you attract. The integration, your practical next steps. Now that we've explored the three key principles, challenging the myth of harder work, understanding the relationship between relaxation and wealth flow, and implementing relaxed productivity, let's bring it all together with practical next steps. First, commit to a 2-week experiment where you limit your work hours to 40 per week maximum, or even less if you're brave. This constraint will force you to make strategic choices about where you focus your time and energy. You'll quickly discover which activities truly drive your financial success and which ones merely keep you busy. Second, schedule 3 30-minute wealth thinking sessions each week. During these periods, do nothing but sit quietly with a notebook and consider big picture questions about your financial future. This practice alone has generated 6-figure breakthroughs for many of my clients, simply by creating space for insights that can't emerge during busy work periods. Third, identify one significant task you currently perform that could be delegated or automated. Calculate both the financial cost of offloading this task and the potential value of redirecting your freed time to higher return activities. This concrete step moves you from theory to practice in reconstructing your relationship with work and wealth. Finally, create a wealth trigger, a physical cue that reminds you to shift from stressed striving to relaxed productivity throughout your day. This could be as simple as a colored wristband or a special item on your desk. When you notice this trigger, take 3 deep breaths and ask yourself, am I currently in a state of relaxed productivity or stressed striving? This pattern interrupt helps build awareness of your psychological state and its impact on your wealth-creating capacity. Remember that the journey from harder work to effortless wealth doesn't happen overnight. It's a practice, one that goes against years of conditioning and cultural programming. Be patient with yourself as you experiment with these new approaches and celebrate each small victory along the way. The fundamental truth that unites our 3 key principles is this: sustainable wealth comes not from how hard you push, but from how well you align. When you release the myth of harder work, embrace the wealth-generating power of relaxation, and master the art of relaxed productivity, you don't just change how you work, you transform your entire relationship with wealth, opening the door to prosperity that flows with ease rather than struggle. In the journey we've taken through this chapter, we've debunked perhaps one of the most stubborn myths holding you back from true prosperity: that wealth requires endless hustle and grinding yourself into dust. By now, I hope you're seeing how that narrative isn't just flawed, it's actively sabotaging your financial magnetism. The relationship between relaxation and financial flow isn't just some woo-woo concept. It's backed by both science and the experiences of truly wealthy individuals who've learned to work smarter, not harder. When you release the death grip on your time and energy, you create space for inspiration, clearer decisions, and opportunities that simply can't reach you when you're drowning in busy work. Let me be real with you. I used to be that person with the coffee IV drip, wearing exhaustion like a badge of honor. Trust me, my bank account wasn't impressed by my martyrdom. Only when I started treating relaxation as a non-negotiable part of my wealth strategy did the financial floodgates truly open. Ready to put this into practice? Let's dive into a process that will transform how you approach productivity forever. The Relaxed Wealth Accelerator process. This 7-step system will help you dismantle the work harder programming and replace it with a flow state that actually attracts money while preserving your sanity. The goal? Creating a sustainable approach to productivity that enhances your wealth magnetism without burning you out. Step 1. Conduct a work energy audit, 2 to 3 days. Track every task you do for 2 to 3 typical work days, noting not just time spent, but your energy level, 1 to 10, during each activity. Be brutally honest about which tasks drain you versus which ones energize you. Where are you spinning wheels? Where do you feel in flow? This data becomes your productivity truth serum. Step 2. Identify your wealth zones. 1 hour. Review your audit and circle activities where you were both highly energized, 7 plus energy rating, and producing high value results. These are your wealth zones, where you create maximum value with minimal effort. Now highlight tasks that drain you but produce minimal actual value. These are your wealth blockers. Step 3. Design your relaxation rhythm. 1 day. Deliberately schedule short breaks, even just 5 to 10 minutes, throughout your day. Try the Pomodoro technique, 25 minutes works, 5 minutes rest. Or experiment with 90-minute work blocks followed by 15-minute breaks to align with your natural ultradian rhythm. The key is consistency. Your brain needs to trust that rest is coming. Step 4. Craft your energy-aligned schedule, 2 hours. Rebuild your daily schedule around your natural energy peaks. If you're a morning person, block your most important wealth-creating activities before noon. Night owl, reserve creative financial planning for evening hours when your mind feels sharpest. This isn't about forcing yourself into someone else's ideal schedule. It's about honoring your unique energy pattern. Step 5. Implement wealth daydreaming, 10 minutes daily. During one of your daily breaks, let your mind wander specifically around wealth creation. Don't force solutions, just play with possibilities. Ask yourself, what if money came easily? Or what opportunities might I be missing? This seemingly unproductive time often triggers your most valuable insights. Step 6. Track your relaxed wealth metrics. Weekly, 15 minutes. Each week, note not just financial outcomes, but also your energy levels, quality of decisions, and creative insights. Look for patterns between your most relaxed days and unexpected financial wins. You'll likely discover that your lazy days often preceded your biggest breakthroughs. Step 7. Recalibrate and refine, monthly, 30 minutes. Monthly, review your system and ask, where am I still overworking, and which relaxation practices are yielding the best results? Adjust accordingly. Remember, this isn't about perfection. It's about progressively shifting from the exhaustion economy to the inspiration economy. The beauty of this process is its flexibility. You might discover that a 20-minute midday nap generates more wealth-attracting ideas than 3 hours of forced focus. Or perhaps a leisurely morning routine sets you up for lightning-fast, high-quality work later. There's no one-size-fits-all approach, just the liberating truth that relaxation isn't the enemy of wealth. It's often its catalyst. As we close this chapter, I invite you to sit with a somewhat radical thought. What if the path to greater wealth isn't about doing more, but about being more aligned with your natural state of flow? What if financial abundance is actually your default setting when you stop disrupting it with unnecessary strain? The wealthiest people I know aren't the most stressed. They're the most present. They're not constantly chasing, they're magnetically attracting. And that's the fundamental shift I'm inviting you to make. From wealth as something you hunt down through exhaustion, to wealth as something you allow through aligned, relaxed productivity. Your relationship with effort directly impacts your relationship with money. Choose ease, choose flow. Your bank account and your nervous system will thank you. Chapter 4. Rituals of Richness. Are your daily habits secretly sabotaging your wealth? The difference between those who merely dream of financial freedom and those who achieve it often comes down to something surprisingly simple: the small actions they take every single day. I used to roll my eyes at the concept of morning routines, hitting snooze and rushing through my mornings like a tornado. Then I'd wonder why my bank account looked like it had been hit by that same storm. Sound familiar? What you do in those first precious moments after opening your eyes sets the trajectory for your financial day, and ultimately, your financial life. The wealthiest people I've studied don't just stumble into abundance. They intentionally create it through consistent daily practices that align their mindset with their money goals. These aren't complex financial strategies requiring an MBA to understand. They're straightforward rituals that program your subconscious to recognize and receive wealth throughout your day. Think about it. How different would your financial reality look if you started each morning by intentionally focusing on abundance rather than scarcity? When I first began implementing wealth-oriented morning rituals, I noticed something shift, not just in my bank account, though that happened too, but in how I approached opportunities, how I spoke about money, even how I carried myself in negotiations. That's because what we consistently focus on expands, whether we're conscious of it or not. The beauty of these rituals lies in their simplicity and the compound effect they create over time. Much like compound interest transforms modest savings into substantial wealth, these daily practices transform fleeting thoughts about prosperity into a rock-solid belief system that attracts financial opportunities. And let's be honest, wouldn't you rather put your wealth creation on autopilot instead of white-knuckling your way through another stressful budget meeting? Research in neuroplasticity shows that our brains physically rewire based on repeated thoughts and actions. When you consistently engage in wealth-focused morning rituals, you're literally building neural pathways that make abundance your default setting rather than a happy accident. This isn't woo-woo manifestation talk. It's science-backed reality that explains why some people seem to naturally attract financial opportunities while others repel them. In the pages ahead, we'll explore specific morning practices that set a positive financial tone for your entire day. You'll discover how targeted affirmations and visualizations can strengthen your financial goals in ways that mere wishful thinking never could. We'll also analyze the fascinating psychological impact of beginning each day with wealth consciousness and how this subtle shift can dramatically alter your financial trajectory. The rituals we'll explore aren't time-consuming. Most take just minutes, but their impact on your financial future could be immeasurable. Think of these practices as the operating system for your wealth attraction. Just as your smartphone needs the right software to function optimally, your mind needs the right daily programming to magnetize money. By the end of this chapter, you'll have a clear framework for creating your personalized wealth attraction routine, one that feels authentic to you and addresses your specific financial aspirations. Ready to transform those first minutes of your day into powerful catalysts for abundance? Let's begin. The 5 a.m. money ritual. The digital alarm clock clicked to 5 a.m., and James Adams reached to silence it before the sound could wake his wife. In the dim glow of the bedside lamp, he swung his legs over the edge of the bed, feeling the cool hardwood beneath his feet. This was his time, the quiet hour before the world demanded a piece of him. He padded to the kitchen, the smell of coffee grounds filling his nostrils as he scooped them into the filter. While the coffee maker gurgled and hissed, James moved to the living room, sat cross-legged on the floor, and closed his eyes. The morning ritual had become as essential as breathing. "Money flows to me easily and abundantly," he whispered, feeling the words resonate in his chest. 6 months ago, he would have laughed at himself for this practice. Now, he couldn't imagine starting his day any other way. The financial stress that once crushed him hadn't vanished, but it had transformed into something he could face, something he could fight. The visualization came next. James pictured himself walking confidently into the bank, shoulders straight, the weight of debt no longer pressing down on him. He saw the numbers in his account, black instead of red. He felt the smooth leather of a new wallet, full, not empty. The coffee maker beeped in the kitchen, pulling him from the mental image, but not before he had fully inhabited it. James opened his eyes, the sunlight now creeping through the blinds. He remembered when Sarah had first suggested these morning affirmations after the layoff. "It's stupid," he had told her, beer in hand, bills spread across the table. "Magical thinking won't pay our mortgage." But desperation had eventually overcome skepticism. After 3 weeks of consistent practice, he'd landed the consulting gig that now kept them afloat. Coincidence? Maybe. But he wasn't taking chances by stopping now. The coffee warmed his hands through the ceramic mug as he moved to his desk. The laptop screen illuminated his face as he reviewed his financial goals for the month. They were ambitious, but not impossible. Before the morning ritual, he wouldn't have dared to write them down. Now they served as compass points, guiding his decisions throughout the day. Sarah appeared in the doorway, hair tousled from sleep. "You're doing the money thing again," she said, her smile gentle with understanding rather than mockery. James nodded, taking a sip of coffee. "Every day," he replied. He didn't try to explain how the practice anchored him, how it had shifted something fundamental in his approach to their financial situation. How could he describe that the ritual was less about magical manifestation and more about programming his brain to recognize opportunities when they appeared? Outside, the city was waking up. Cars hummed on the street below. James thought about the meeting scheduled for later that day, a potential new client that could double their income if it went well. 6 months ago, he would have approached it with knots in his stomach, desperate and afraid. Now he felt ready, prepared. The morning ritual had done its work. What might change in our financial landscape if we approached each day with deliberate intention rather than reactive anxiety? Could the simple act of focused morning practice actually rewire our relationship with wealth? The power of financial mornings. How you start your day impacts everything that follows. From the moment you open your eyes, you're making choices that either set you up for financial success or sabotage your wealth building efforts. Morning routines aren't just productivity hacks, they're wealth amplifiers that compound over time. Think of your morning as fertile soil where the seeds of prosperity are planted. Just as a gardener wouldn't throw seeds onto unprepared ground and expect a bountiful harvest, you can't approach your day haphazardly and expect financial abundance to sprout. The quality of your financial garden depends on how intentionally you prepare the soil each morning. The science behind morning rituals is compelling. Research shows that willpower is strongest in the morning hours, making it the optimal time to focus on wealth-building activities. Your prefrontal cortex, the decision-making powerhouse of your brain, functions at peak capacity after a good night's rest. This means that financial decisions, planning, and wealth visualization are most effective before the mental fatigue of the day sets in. Most wealthy individuals aren't leaving their mornings to chance. A study of over 200 self-made millionaires revealed that nearly 80% dedicated their mornings to activities that strengthened their financial mindset. They weren't born with different brains or better luck. They simply understood the power of consistently programming their minds for abundance before the distractions of the day took over. Your morning ritual doesn't need to be complicated or time-consuming. Even 15 minutes of focused financial intention setting can transform your relationship with money. The key is consistency. Small daily actions create the neural pathways that make wealth attraction feel natural rather than forced. What happens in those critical first minutes after waking? For many, it's a mad dash through social media, news headlines, and reactive email checking, activities that hijack your attention and place your mind in a reactive state. This reactive mindset is poison to wealth creation, which requires proactive thinking and clear intention. Instead, successful wealth attractors create a morning sanctuary, a space of time protected from external demands. This sanctuary might include meditation focused on abundance, reviewing financial goals while fully present, or visualizing successful outcomes to upcoming money decisions. The specifics matter less than the consistent practice of focusing your mind on prosperity before anything else gets your attention. Your morning ritual is the foundation upon which your financial future is built. Neglect it, and you undermine your wealth potential before the day even begins. Powerful financial affirmations that actually work. Affirmations aren't magical incantations. They're powerful neural rewiring tools. When you repeat positive financial statements with genuine emotion, you're literally reprogramming your subconscious mind to recognize and attract wealth opportunities. The brain doesn't distinguish between an intensely imagined experience and a real one, making affirmations a form of mental rehearsal for financial success. Most people fail with affirmations because they treat them as empty words rather than emotional experiences. Simply saying, "I am wealthy," while feeling broke creates cognitive dissonance that your brain rejects. Effective financial affirmations must be believable, present tense, and emotionally charged. "I am masterfully managing my growing assets" feels more authentic than "I am a billionaire" when you're just starting out. The timing of affirmations matters tremendously. Your brain is most receptive in the alpha state, that dreamy, relaxed consciousness you experience right after waking. This makes the first minutes of your day the prime opportunity for financial programming. Studies show that information received during this state bypasses the critical, analytical mind and reaches the subconscious more directly. Consider affirmations like financial vitamins. They're most effective when taken daily and combined with other healthy practices. A single affirmation session won't transform your financial reality any more than one multivitamin will give you perfect health. The power lies in the accumulation of consistent practice, creating a compound effect that gradually shifts your financial reality. I was initially skeptical about affirmations until I discovered how to customize them to my personal financial journey. Rather than generic wealth statements, I created affirmations that addressed my specific money blocks and goals. I confidently negotiate rates that reflect my true value, addressed my specific challenge of undercharging for my services. Within months of daily practice, I found myself naturally asking for and receiving significantly higher compensation. Visualization amplifies the power of affirmations exponentially. When you combine verbal affirmations with vivid mental imagery, you engage multiple brain regions simultaneously. Try this. After stating your financial affirmation, close your eyes and imagine a detailed scene that represents that statement being true. Feel the emotions, see the colors, hear the sounds of your financial success. This multisensory approach creates a more complete neural pathway for wealth attraction. The most successful practitioners use evidence-based affirmations, statements that build upon existing proof in their lives. If you've successfully saved $100, an affirmation like, "I am consistently building my wealth through disciplined saving," acknowledges your current reality while stretching it toward greater abundance. This bridges the gap between your present financial situation and your desired outcome without triggering disbelief. What if the key to your financial breakthrough isn't working harder, but simply reprogramming your mind each morning to recognize the wealth opportunities already surrounding you? The psychology of wealth mindset. Starting your day wealth-focused creates a psychological filter that influences everything that follows. When you prime your brain to look for abundance, you literally perceive different opportunities than someone operating from a scarcity mindset. This isn't wishful thinking. It's the reticular activating system, or RAS, at work, the brain function that filters the millions of sensory inputs you receive each moment. The difference between successful wealth attractors and everyone else often comes down to this morning mental preparation. A fascinating study from the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology found that subjects who spent just 3 minutes thinking about abundance before a task identified 37% more opportunities and solutions than those who hadn't. Your brain, when properly primed, becomes a wealth spotting machine. Most people unwittingly sabotage their financial success in the first hour of wakefulness. Checking news headlines, often negative, scrolling through social media, triggering comparison, or diving straight into work emails, reactive mode, all place your brain in a defensive, problem-focused state. This mental posture is the opposite of the expansive, possibility-oriented mindset required for wealth attraction. Think of your morning mindset as setting the water temperature for the day's swim. Begin in cold, scarcity-focused thoughts, and you'll spend hours just trying to warm up. Start in the comfortable warmth of abundance thinking, and you'll swim further and discover more with the same amount of effort. The initial conditions dramatically affect the entire experience. Neuroscience confirms that our early morning thoughts have disproportionate power. During sleep, your brain processes and consolidates information from the previous day. In the first hour after waking, these newly formed neural connections are most malleable. The thoughts you feed your brain during this critical window become strengthened pathways that influence your financial decisions for hours afterward. I was shocked to discover how dramatically my financial results improved when I protected the first 30 minutes of my day from external input. Instead of immediately checking my phone, which typically held some minor problem to solve, I devoted that time to visualizing successful outcomes for upcoming financial decisions. Within weeks, I noticed myself making more confident wealth choices and spotting opportunities I would have previously missed. Your morning wealth mindset isn't just positive thinking. It's strategic mental preparation that creates the psychological conditions for financial success, fundamentally changing how you perceive and respond to every opportunity throughout your day. Creating your personal wealth attraction routine. The most powerful morning rituals blend three essential elements: gratitude for existing resources, clear visualization of financial goals, and specific intention setting for the day ahead. This trilogy activates both the emotional and logical centers of your brain, creating a comprehensive wealth attraction system that operates below your conscious awareness throughout the day. A wealth attraction routine doesn't require hours of your morning. Quality trumps quantity. Even 15 focused minutes can reset your financial trajectory when done consistently. The key is designing a sequence that addresses your specific wealth blocks and amplifies your unique financial strengths. Start by auditing your current morning habits. Most people don't realize how their first actions undermine their financial goals. The common habit of checking email or news immediately after waking places your brain in a reactive state, responding to others' priorities rather than proactively creating wealth. Breaking this pattern alone can dramatically shift your financial results. Consider Sarah, who transformed her financial life through a simple morning shift. Previously drowning in debt, she committed to spending the first 10 minutes of each day visualizing herself debt-free and making specific payment plans. She combined this with affirmations that strengthened her spending discipline. Within 18 months, she eliminated $47,000 in debt, not through dramatic income increases, but through the enhanced financial decision-making that her morning routine fostered. Your wealth routine should include a physical component. The mind-body connection is powerful in financial attraction. Simple movements like standing in a confident posture while reciting affirmations or using specific hand gestures during visualization create somatic anchors that your body associates with financial empowerment. These physical patterns become shortcuts to wealth-oriented thinking that you can access throughout the day. The content of your visualization matters tremendously. Rather than generic images of wealth, focus on seeing yourself making specific financial decisions with confidence. Visualize yourself calmly reviewing investment opportunities, negotiating with ease, or feeling peaceful while reviewing growing account balances. These detailed scenarios create more useful neural pathways than vague images of luxury. Many wealth attractors find that scripting, writing out detailed descriptions of their desired financial reality in present tense, amplifies their morning routine. The act of writing engages different brain regions than speaking or thinking, creating a more complete neural imprint. Try spending 5 minutes each morning writing, "Today I am grateful for," followed by specific financial aspects of your life, written as if they're already perfected. Transition rituals are crucial for making your morning wealth mindset stick throughout the day. Before entering potentially stressful financial situations, successful wealth attractors use micro-routines, 30-second practices that reconnect them with their morning wealth programming. This might be a specific breathing pattern, a physical gesture, or silently repeating a core affirmation that reactivates their abundance mindset. By consistently engaging in morning wealth rituals, you're not just starting your day right, you're systematically rewiring your financial reality through the most powerful tool available: your focused attention at the time when your brain is most receptive to new programming. Making wealth rituals stick. Consistency transforms helpful practices into life-changing habits. Many people fail with wealth rituals, not because the techniques don't work, but because they don't practice them long enough to see results. Research shows it takes an average of 66 days to form a new habit, yet most abandon their morning routines within 2 weeks, just before the neural pathways become established. The secret to maintaining your wealth ritual lies in making it ridiculously easy to perform. Reduce all friction between you and your morning practice. Prepare everything the night before: your journal in place, affirmations written, visualization spot cleared. When wealth attraction requires minimal effort, you're more likely to follow through even on low-energy mornings. Environment shapes behavior more than willpower. Your physical space either supports or sabotages your financial mindset. Create a dedicated wealth corner in your home where you conduct your morning ritual. This might include symbols of abundance meaningful to you, comfortable seating, and freedom from distractions. This designated space becomes a trigger for your brain to enter wealth attraction mode. Consider anchoring your wealth ritual to an existing habit, a technique psychologists call habit stacking. If you already make coffee each morning without fail, use the brewing time for your financial visualization. By linking your new practice to an established routine, you leverage the power of your current neural pathways rather than trying to create entirely new ones. The most powerful wealth rituals engage multiple senses. Don't just think about abundance, create a full sensory experience. Perhaps a specific essential oil scent becomes associated with your wealth practice, or particular background sounds signal your brain it's time for financial focus. These sensory anchors make your wealth ritual more memorable to your nervous system, enhancing its effectiveness. Tracking creates accountability and motivation. In a simple notebook, record each day you complete your wealth ritual, noting any insights or subtle shifts in your financial thinking. This practice serves two purposes. It creates a visual record of your consistency, motivating continued action, and it helps you identify which specific elements of your routine yield the strongest financial results. The daily rituals that direct your mind toward wealth, the visualizations that program your subconscious for abundance, and the psychological foundation you establish each morning create a powerful triad that transforms financial success from an occasional stroke of luck into your default reality. The ritual of financial gratitude. Gratitude isn't just a feel-good practice, it's financial rocket fuel. When you begin your day by appreciating the wealth you already possess, regardless of amount, you activate the brain's abundance circuits rather than its scarcity warnings. This shift in perspective literally changes which opportunities you notice throughout your day. Most struggling financially operate from a deficit mindset, focusing on what's lacking rather than what's present. This creates a perpetual sense of not enough that paradoxically repels the very resources they seek. Beginning your day by inventorying what you already have, even if it's just the basics, creates the psychological foundation for attracting more. The practice is simple but profound. Each morning, list 5 specific financial aspects of your life for which you're grateful. These might include skills that generate income, resources that support your work, or even past financial decisions that taught valuable lessons. The specificity matters. I'm grateful for my laptop that allows me to earn money remotely, creates stronger neural connections than I'm grateful for my stuff. Your brain can't simultaneously hold gratitude and fear. This neurological fact makes financial gratitude practice a powerful antidote to the anxiety that often surrounds money decisions. When you begin money conversations from a place of appreciation rather than worry, you access more creative solutions and project greater confidence, both crucial for wealth attraction. I discovered the power of financial gratitude during my own worst money crisis. Facing significant debt and diminishing income, I forced myself to spend 5 minutes each morning listing everything financially positive in my life. Skills, relationships, even small assets I could leverage. This daily practice didn't immediately change my bank balance, but it transformed my problem-solving ability. Solutions I couldn't see from my panic perspective became obvious from my gratitude viewpoint. The most effective gratitude practices include appreciation for future wealth as if it's already arrived. This future gratitude technique primes your subconscious to recognize and attract the specific resources you're thankful for in advance. Try adding statements like, "I'm grateful for the new clients who are finding their way to me this week," to your morning practice. Financial gratitude isn't spiritual bypassing, it's strategic mental positioning that creates the optimal psychological state for wealth attraction, turning your focus from what's missing to what's possible. Wealth programming while you sleep. Your wealth attraction routine actually begins the night before. The thoughts you focus on just before sleep become processing material for your subconscious throughout the night. Most people unknowingly program financial stress by reviewing problems or checking account balances right before bed. This creates an overnight rumination on lack rather than abundance. Research in sleep cognition reveals that your brain continues to work on problems while you sleep. A study from Harvard Medical School found that participants were more likely to discover creative solutions to challenges when they focused on those problems just before sleeping. You can leverage this natural process by consciously selecting wealth-oriented questions for your brain to solve overnight. Try this pre-sleep wealth programming technique. Write down a specific financial question or goal, then read it several times before closing your eyes. Examples might include, what's the next best step to increase my passive income? Or, how can I add more value and increase my earnings? Don't try to answer it. Simply plant the question and allow your sleeping mind to work on solutions. The transition between wakefulness and sleep, the hypnagogic state, is particularly powerful for financial programming. During these drowsy moments, your analytical mind relaxes its grip, allowing direct access to your subconscious. Successful wealth attractors use this time for their most ambitious visualizations and affirmations, knowing the critical mind won't interfere with these suggestions. Most people underestimate how their sleep environment affects their financial mindset. Your bedroom should be a wealth-affirming space, free from reminders of lack or struggle. Remove bills, work stress, or financial problems from your sleep sanctuary. Instead, surround yourself with symbols of the abundance you're creating, images, books, or objects that represent your financial vision. The first 5 minutes after waking are equally powerful for wealth programming. Your brain remains in a receptive, theta wave state, similar to deep meditation. Rather than immediately checking your phone, which floods your mind with others' priorities, use these precious moments to mentally rehearse financial success or repeat wealth affirmations while still in this receptive state. By bookending your sleep with intentional wealth programming, you harness the power of your subconscious mind, turning the 8 hours you spend sleeping into a powerful incubator for financial abundance and creative wealth solutions. Micro rituals throughout your day. Morning rituals set the foundation, but micro rituals maintain your wealth mindset throughout the day. These are 30 to 60-second practices that realign your thinking with abundance whenever you notice yourself slipping into scarcity patterns. The most financially successful people don't just start their day with intention, they refresh that intention multiple times. Financial decision points are perfect opportunities for micro rituals. Before making any money choice, take 3 deep breaths while mentally repeating your core wealth affirmation. This brief pattern interrupt prevents reactive spending or scarcity-based decisions, allowing your prefrontal cortex, the rational brain, to regain control from your emotional limbic system. The body affects the mind as much as the mind affects the body. Physical posture directly impacts your financial confidence and decision-making. When facing important money conversations or decisions, successful wealth attractors use the power pose technique, standing tall with shoulders back and head high for just 60 seconds. Research shows this brief posture adjustment increases testosterone and decreases cortisol, creating the optimal hormonal state for confident financial action. Transitional moments offer natural opportunities for wealth micro rituals. While waiting for your computer to boot up, sitting at a red light, or standing in line, use these in-between times to visualize successful outcomes to your current financial projects. These brief mental rehearsals accumulate throughout your day, reinforcing your wealth programming without requiring additional time. Most people allow financial setbacks to derail their entire wealth mindset. Successful wealth attractors use specific recovery micro-rituals to quickly return to abundance thinking after disappointments. When facing a financial no, lost opportunity, or unexpected expense, they immediately counter with a specific gratitude practice or wealth affirmation to prevent one negative event from poisoning their entire financial perspective. Your environment constantly feeds messages to your subconscious. Create visual wealth triggers in spaces you frequent throughout your day, small symbols that remind you of your financial goals and abundance mindset. These might be as simple as a specific color, image, or word that you've mentally linked to your wealth affirmations during your morning ritual. Wealth attraction isn't a one-time morning activity, but a continuous practice of mental alignment throughout your day, using strategic micro-rituals to maintain your abundance mindset regardless of external circumstances. The science of wealth vibration. Beyond psychology lies the energetic component of wealth attraction. While this might sound esoteric, it has practical foundations in quantum physics and neurophysiology. Your thoughts and emotions create measurable electromagnetic fields that interact with your environment and the people around you. When you cultivate specific financial thoughts and feelings, you literally change the energy you broadcast and receive. The coherence between your conscious goals and subconscious beliefs determines your wealth vibration. When these align, your entire system operates in harmony, making wealth attraction effortless. When they conflict, such as consciously wanting wealth while subconsciously believing you don't deserve it, you create energetic interference that blocks financial flow. Your morning ritual is the perfect time to create this coherence. Through consistent visualization and affirmation, you gradually bring your subconscious beliefs into alignment with your conscious desires. This isn't instant. It requires patience and persistence, but it creates a foundation for sustainable wealth rather than fleeting financial success. Think of wealth attraction like tuning a radio. You must be on the correct frequency to receive the broadcast you want. Daily rituals are your tuning mechanism, adjusting your internal frequency to match the wealth you desire to receive. When properly tuned, you naturally attract and notice the financial opportunities that were always present but previously invisible to you. Our emotional state creates specific brainwave patterns that influence our perception and decision-making. Morning wealth rituals that generate positive feelings like gratitude, enthusiasm, and confident expectation produce alpha and gamma waves associated with creative problem-solving and pattern recognition, crucial skills for wealth creation. By deliberately cultivating these emotional states each morning, you create the optimal neurological conditions for financial success. The environments we inhabit shape our energetic state. Most people underestimate how their physical surroundings affect their wealth vibration. Clutter, disorganization, and visual chaos create energetic static that interferes with clear financial thinking. A key component of effective wealth rituals is creating a clean, organized space that supports energetic coherence and reduces subconscious stress. By understanding wealth attraction as both a psychological and energetic practice, your morning rituals become powerful tuning mechanisms that align your entire being, conscious, subconscious, and energetic, with the financial abundance you desire to create. From morning ritual to financial reality. The transition from ritual to results requires patience and persistence. The most common reason people abandon their wealth practices is unrealistic expectations about timing. Neural rewiring is a biological process that follows natural rhythms. Expecting overnight transformation leads to unnecessary disappointment. Understanding the stages of financial manifestation helps maintain motivation during the process. First comes mental clarity. Your goals and desires become increasingly specific through daily focus. Next, your awareness shifts. You begin noticing opportunities previously invisible to you. Only then do tangible results appear in your physical reality. Recognizing these stages prevents the discouragement that derails most wealth attraction attempts. Financial evidence often appears in unexpected forms. Many abandon their wealth rituals because they're looking for results in only one form, usually a specific dollar amount, while missing the many ways abundance is already responding to their practice. The key is expanding your awareness to recognize wealth arriving as ideas, connections, opportunities, or resources that indirectly lead to financial increase. The most successful practitioners maintain detailed records of their wealth attraction journey. In a dedicated journal, track not just your consistency with rituals, but also every piece of financial evidence that appears, from unexpected discounts to new income opportunities. This creates a feedback loop that reinforces your belief in the process while helping you identify which specific practices yield the strongest results for you personally. Traditional goal setting focuses on future achievements, but effective wealth attraction requires present moment embodiment. Rather than seeing your financial goals as distant objectives, your morning ritual should include physically experiencing how you'll feel when those goals are realized. This emotional rehearsal creates neural pathways that make financial success feel familiar, rather than foreign when it arrives. A crucial aspect often overlooked is aligning your wealth rituals with your authentic values. Generic wealth practices feel hollow and unsustainable. When your financial vision connects to your deeper purpose and core values, your subconscious resistance dissolves. Each morning, connect your wealth visualization specifically to how it will allow you to express your values and contribute meaningfully. This creates the emotional fuel that powers persistent practice. Morning wealth rituals aren't magical thinking. They're strategic mental training that systematically rewires your perception, decision-making, and behavior patterns to align with financial abundance, creating a bridge between your internal programming and external financial reality. The ripple effect of consistent practice. The impact of your wealth rituals extends far beyond financial results. As you consistently align your mind with abundance each morning, you'll notice subtle shifts in seemingly unrelated areas of life. Relationships improve as your scarcity-based behaviors fade. Creative thinking expands as financial stress diminishes. Physical energy increases as the mental burden of worry lifts. Most people dramatically underestimate how their financial mindset affects their overall well-being. Money concerns consume enormous mental bandwidth, even when you're not consciously thinking about finances. Scarcity beliefs operate in the background, draining your cognitive resources. Morning wealth rituals gradually reclaim this mental energy, making it available for growth, creativity, and presence. Your wealth vibration affects everyone around you. As you shift from scarcity to abundance thinking through consistent morning practice, you'll notice others responding differently to you. Opportunities come more readily. Negotiations flow more smoothly. This isn't mystical. It's the natural result of the subtle shifts in your communication, confidence, and decision-making that your ritual creates. The compound effect of daily practice creates exponential rather than linear results. Just as financial investments grow through compounding, your morning wealth ritual builds upon itself, creating increasing returns over time. The difference between 1 month of practice and 6 months isn't 6 times the results. It's often 50 times or more, as new neural pathways become established and self-reinforcing. I experienced this ripple effect personally after maintaining my morning wealth ritual for approximately 4 months. What began as a strictly financial practice unexpectedly transformed my relationships. The abundance mindset I cultivated each morning naturally extended to seeing abundance in people, their potential, gifts, and contributions, rather than focusing on their limitations. This shift attracted more supportive relationships that ultimately enhanced my financial growth as well. The greatest benefit of consistent wealth rituals may be the internal freedom they create. When your sense of security and confidence comes from your daily internal practice, rather than external circumstances, you gain resilience against financial fluctuations. This emotional stability becomes your greatest wealth asset, allowing you to make decisions from centered wisdom rather than reactive fear. The morning rituals that align your mind with wealth, the daily practices that reinforce your financial vision, and the psychological foundation you build through consistent focus create not just greater abundance, but a fundamentally different relationship with life itself, one where prosperity becomes your natural state rather than a constant struggle. As we've explored throughout this chapter, the way you start your day profoundly shapes your financial trajectory. These morning rituals aren't just pleasant routines. They're powerful psychological tools that prime your mind for wealth attraction and financial success. The beauty of these practices lies in their simplicity and effectiveness. By dedicating just 30 minutes each morning to intentional wealth-focused activities, you're essentially programming your subconscious to recognize and seize abundance opportunities throughout your day. Remember that consistency trumps perfection. Your morning ritual doesn't need to be flawless. It simply needs to happen regularly enough to create lasting neural pathways that support your financial goals. The Prosperity Jumpstart Protocol. Ready to transform your mornings into a wealth attraction powerhouse? This proven process takes you from sleepy to abundance-minded in just 30 minutes. What makes this process so powerful is that it addresses both your conscious and subconscious mind. The visualization and affirmation components speak directly to your deeper beliefs about wealth, while the goal-setting aspects engage your logical brain in practical action steps. I've watched clients transform their financial realities through this protocol, Not because they suddenly received windfalls, but because they started recognizing and acting on opportunities they previously would have missed or dismissed. Your morning sets the stage for everything that follows. When you begin each day immersed in thoughts of abundance rather than scarcity, you quite literally change the lens through which you view your world. Challenges become opportunities. Setbacks become setups for comebacks. Try this protocol for 21 days straight, the time it typically takes to establish a new habit, and notice how your financial awareness shifts. You might find yourself naturally making better money decisions, feeling more confident in negotiations, or spotting investment opportunities that were always there but previously invisible to your scarcity-trained mind. The truth is, wealth attraction isn't mysterious or magical, it's methodical, and it starts with how you greet each new day. Chapter 5: Clearing Financial Blockages. What if your mind is actually working against your wealth? Money doesn't just flow to those who work hardest, it flows to those whose minds are open to receiving it. The uncomfortable truth? Most of us carry deeply entrenched mental barriers that actively repel financial abundance, even as we consciously crave it. Your relationship with money began forming long before you earned your first dollar. Perhaps you grew up hearing, "Money doesn't grow on trees," or "Rich people are greedy." These seemingly innocent phrases weren't just casual remarks, they were programming your financial operating system. The result? A subconscious that might be sabotaging your wealth-building efforts without your awareness. I discovered this the hard way. For years, I meticulously tracked expenses, invested strategically, and hustled for promotions. Yet my financial situation remained frustratingly stagnant. The breakthrough came when I realized I was overlooking the most powerful wealth-building tool, my own mind. The external actions I took mattered far less than the internal beliefs driving them. You might recognize this pattern in yourself, doing all the right things while secretly expecting them not to work. Breaking the invisible chains. Your brain is constantly filtering reality based on your deepest beliefs. When you visualize financial success regularly and cultivate empowering thoughts about money, you're essentially rewiring your neural pathways. This isn't some airy-fairy concept. It's backed by neuroplasticity research, showing how consistent thought patterns physically reshape your brain. The visualization process serves as a catalyst for financial magnetism, making you naturally more receptive to opportunities others might miss. What makes this approach so powerful is its ability to work below your conscious awareness. While you're busy with daily life, your newly programmed subconscious is scanning for wealth-building possibilities that align with your visualizations. Think of it as training your brain to become a sophisticated opportunity detection system that operates on autopilot. The result? You'll start noticing financial doors opening where previously you saw only walls. But here's the catch. This transformation requires confronting some uncomfortable truths about yourself. In the pages ahead, we'll dive deep into identifying those limiting subconscious beliefs that have been quietly derailing your financial progress. You'll learn specific techniques for detoxing harmful money narratives that no longer serve you. Most importantly, you'll discover how to transform those inherited and culturally induced perceptions about wealth that have kept you playing small. This isn't about positive thinking alone, it's about systematic mental reconditioning. The exercises in this chapter will help you clear those financial blockages so thoroughly that abundance begins flowing naturally, with far less effort than you're currently expending. Remember, the goal isn't just to make money, it's to become someone for whom making money feels like the most natural thing in the world. Are you ready to discover what's really been standing between you and financial abundance? Let's begin the process of clearing those mental blockages. Because once your mind becomes a wealth magnet, everything else falls into place with surprising ease. The money magnet within. Morgan stood at the kitchen counter, chopping carrots with mechanical precision. The knife hit the cutting board with rhythmic thumps. Chop, chop, chop. The late afternoon sun slanted through the blinds, painting golden stripes across the granite. Her thoughts drifted far from the vegetables beneath her hands. $10,000, she whispered to the empty kitchen. That's all I need to get started. The business plan sat in her laptop, complete but untouched, for 3 weeks. The fear gripped her each time she considered showing it to potential investors. She sliced through another carrot with unnecessary force. Who was she kidding? People like her didn't attract money. People like her worked 2 jobs and still came up short at the end of each month. The text from Zoe lit up her phone. "Still meeting tonight? I've got news." Morgan wiped her hands and typed back a quick yes. Zoe had been different lately, confident, making moves in her career, attracting opportunities like she'd suddenly developed some kind of financial magnetism. Last time they'd talked, Zoe had mentioned something about visualization exercises and mindset work. Morgan had nodded politely while internally rolling her eyes. That woo-woo stuff wasn't for practical people. She tossed the vegetables into the pan where they sizzled against hot oil. The sharp scent of garlic and onions filled the kitchen. Morgan's mind wandered to her morning routine. Wake up, worry about money, check her depleted bank account, worry some more. What would it feel like to wake up and simply expect abundance? To look at her business plan and see inevitability instead of impossibility? She stirred the vegetables with a wooden spoon, watching them soften and transform in the heat. The thought flickered unbidden. Perhaps her beliefs about money could transform too. The doorbell rang, startling her from her thoughts. Zoe burst in with her usual energy, throwing her designer bag on the counter, another new purchase. "You would not believe what happened today," she gushed, her eyes bright. "Remember that investor I told you about? He's in. Not just in, he doubled what I asked for." She paused, noticing Morgan's expression. "What's wrong? You look like someone just ran over your dreams and backed up for good measure." "Nothing," Morgan lied, turning back to the stove. "That's amazing news." She hesitated, then added, "How do you do it, Zoe? How do you just attract these opportunities? Is it really that visualization stuff you mentioned?" Zoe leaned against the counter, her expression softening. "It sounds like total bullshit, I know. I thought so too. But here's the thing. Our brains are basically expectation machines. When I started really seeing myself as successful, picturing it in detail every morning, something shifted." She gestured toward Morgan's laptop. "Is that the business plan? The one you've been too scared to show anyone?" Morgan nodded, feeling exposed. "I don't have your confidence, or your luck." "It's not luck," Zoe said firmly. "I literally rewired my brain to expect success instead of failure. When you expect to find money, you start noticing opportunities everywhere." She reached for Morgan's notebook and pen on the counter, scribbling something down. "Try this for 2 weeks. Every morning, 10 minutes. See yourself already running that business. Feel what it's like to have investors fighting to get in. Make it real in your mind first." Morgan wanted to dismiss it, but something in her chest loosened at the possibility. What if her thoughts about money were just that? Thoughts, not facts, not destiny, just mental habits that could be changed? She looked down at the exercise Zoe had written. Could something as simple as deliberate visualization really transform her financial reality by changing her expectations? And if her beliefs about money weren't fixed, what else might be possible? The money mirror, uncovering what's really holding you back. Have you ever noticed how some people seem to effortlessly attract wealth, while others struggle despite working twice as hard? The difference often isn't in their actions, but in what's happening beneath the surface. Your subconscious beliefs about money are like invisible puppet strings, controlling your financial reality without you even realizing it. These beliefs form early. Maybe you overheard your parents arguing about bills, or perhaps a teacher once made a snide remark about greedy rich people. These seemingly insignificant moments plant seeds in your mind that grow into powerful convictions. Money is scarce. Wealthy people are selfish. I don't deserve abundance. These thoughts might not even register consciously, but they're running the show from backstage. Think of your mind as a garden. Your conscious thoughts are the plants you can see and tend to daily. But your subconscious beliefs? They're the soil quality, the pH balance, the hidden root systems. You can water and prune all you want above ground, but if your soil is toxic, nothing thriving will grow. The same applies to wealth attraction. You can follow every financial strategy in the book, but if your subconscious is programmed to reject money, you'll sabotage yourself at every turn. Identifying these limiting beliefs requires honest introspection. Pay attention to your immediate reactions when you think about money. Do you feel anxiety, shame, unworthiness? These emotional responses are clues pointing to deeper beliefs. Another telltale sign is consistent patterns. Do you always seem to make just enough to get by? Do unexpected expenses mysteriously appear whenever your savings start growing? These patterns aren't coincidences. They're manifestations of your subconscious programming. The language you use about money reveals volumes. Phrases like, I can't afford that, money doesn't grow on trees, or rich people are just lucky, indicate limiting beliefs. Replace these with empowering alternatives. I'm choosing to spend my money elsewhere right now. Money flows to me through multiple channels, or wealthy people have developed habits I can learn. Our subconscious minds love evidence that confirms existing beliefs. If you believe money is scarce, you'll notice every instance of lack while overlooking abundance. This confirmation bias creates a self-fulfilling prophecy. You expect financial struggle, so that's exactly what you experience. Breaking this cycle requires deliberately seeking evidence that contradicts your limiting beliefs. Each time you notice abundance in your life, you weaken the grip of scarcity thinking. One powerful way to uncover hidden beliefs is through the money biography exercise. Take a quiet hour to write your earliest memories of money. Was it discussed openly in your home or treated as taboo? Did your family celebrate financial wins or focus on what they lacked? These memories form the foundation of your financial blueprint. By bringing them to light, you can examine whether they still serve you. The most insidious limiting beliefs often masquerade as virtues. Money isn't important sounds noble, but may actually be fear in disguise. I don't care about being rich might really mean I don't believe I can be rich, so I'll pretend I don't want it. These beliefs provide convenient excuses for not confronting financial challenges. True freedom comes from acknowledging that while money isn't everything, it is an important tool for creating the life you desire. Consider how your community shaped your money mindset. Different cultures, religious backgrounds, and social circles all transmit specific beliefs about wealth. Some praise modesty and sacrifice, viewing wealth with suspicion. Others celebrate abundance and prosperity. Neither view is inherently right or wrong, but unconsciously absorbing these perspectives without questioning them limits your financial potential. The first step to financial magnetism isn't learning investment strategies or income tactics. It's identifying and challenging the subconscious beliefs that have been quietly determining your financial reality all along. Breaking the spell, detoxing your financial narratives. We all tell ourselves stories about money. These narratives shape our financial reality more powerfully than any budget spreadsheet or investment strategy ever could. You might be telling yourself, I'm not good with numbers. Financial success requires ruthless behavior, or I'll never understand investing. These stories aren't facts, they're choices, and you can choose different ones. Detoxing harmful financial narratives begins with awareness. Start by keeping a money thought journal for 1 week. Each time you make, spend, save, or even think about money, jot down your immediate thoughts and feelings. Don't judge or censor, just observe. This simple practice creates distance between you and your thoughts, allowing you to see patterns you might have missed before. Many clients are shocked to discover just how frequently negative money thoughts cross their minds. Our brains are wired to protect us from perceived threats, including changes to our identity. If you've always identified as not a money person, your brain will fight to maintain that story, even if it's hurting you financially. This resistance often shows up as procrastination, confusion, or sudden loss of interest when you try to improve your financial habits. Recognizing this resistance as a natural part of change, rather than a sign you should give up, is crucial for moving forward. Think of detoxing financial narratives like cleaning out a closet. First, you pull everything out and examine each item. Does this belief still fit who you want to become? Does it serve your higher goals? If not, it's time to let it go. This process can feel uncomfortable, even emotional. That's normal. You're dismantling beliefs that have been with you for years, possibly decades. Be patient with yourself while still remaining committed to the process. The language pattern replacement technique offers a practical approach to narrative detox. When you catch yourself thinking, I can't afford that, immediately replace it with, how can I afford that? This subtle shift transforms your brain from problem-focused to solution-focused. Similarly, replace money always slips through my fingers with I'm learning to become an excellent steward of money. These new statements might feel artificial at first, but with repetition, they'll become your new default programming. Visualization isn't just new age fluff, it's a scientifically validated method for reprogramming your subconscious. Your brain doesn't distinguish well between vividly imagined experiences and real ones. By regularly visualizing yourself, making confident financial decisions, watching your investments grow, or simply feeling peaceful about money, you create new neural pathways that make these scenarios more likely in reality. Spend 5 minutes each morning in detailed financial visualization, engaging all your senses for maximum impact. One of the most powerful detox techniques is the money dialogue. Take a sheet of paper and write a question at the top, such as, what's holding me back financially? Then write the first answer that comes to mind. Continue this dialogue, digging deeper with each exchange. This exercise bypasses your conscious mind's censorship, revealing beliefs you might not acknowledge otherwise. One client discovered through this exercise that she was subconsciously afraid wealth would change how her family perceived her. A fear she hadn't been aware was blocking her progress. Surrounding yourself with new financial narratives accelerates the detox process. Carefully curate the financial voices you allow into your life. Replace financial doom scrolling with books, podcasts, and conversations that normalize wealth and abundance. Join communities where financial success is expected rather than exceptional. Your environment shapes your beliefs more than you might realize. Choose one that reflects where you're going, not where you've been. The comparison trap is particularly toxic to healthy financial narratives. Social media makes it tempting to measure your financial journey against others who may be at completely different stages or circumstances. This invariably leads to either deflation, I'll never get there, or false comfort, at least I'm doing better than them. The only meaningful comparison is between your current self and your past self. Are you growing? Are you learning? Are you taking consistent action? These are the metrics that matter. Forgiveness plays a surprising role in financial narrative detox. Many carry shame about past money mistakes, credit card debt, failed investments, periods of financial irresponsibility. This shame keeps you energetically tied to those mistakes, making it difficult to move forward. Create a forgiveness ritual for your financial past. Write down each regret, acknowledge what you've learned from it, and then physically destroy the paper as a symbol of release. Remember, those mistakes helped shape your current wisdom. What outdated story about money are you finally ready to release so your authentic financial power can emerge? Beyond inheritance, rewriting your financial DNA. Cultural messages about wealth penetrate our consciousness from birth. From fairy tales depicting greedy kings to modern movies showing corrupt executives, these patterns shape our perceptions without our awareness. We absorb our family's attitudes toward the wealthy, our community's expectations about people like us, and our society's contradictory messages about money. Success requires recognizing these influences rather than blindly accepting them as truth. Think of cultural money programming like an operating system running in the background of your mind. Just as a computer's OS determines which programs can run and how they function, your inherited beliefs about wealth determine which financial opportunities you can recognize and pursue. Some people's mental operating systems are programmed to spot abundance everywhere. Others are set to default to scarcity, filtering out possibilities before they even reach conscious awareness. Transforming these deep-seated perceptions begins with cultural pattern recognition. Make a list of the money messages prevalent in your cultural background. Are wealth and ambition celebrated or viewed with suspicion? Is financial struggle glorified as virtuous, or is prosperity seen as a natural outcome of value creation? These aren't just abstract concepts, they're active forces shaping your financial reality right now. One client from a working-class background realized she'd internalized the belief that real work had to be physically exhausting. which was preventing her from pursuing more lucrative opportunities that felt too easy. Your family's money story particularly impacts your financial DNA. Perhaps your grandparents lived through economic depression, instilling extreme frugality that persists generations later. Maybe your parents equated love with material provision, creating an unconscious link between spending and affection. These patterns aren't your fault, but recognizing and transforming them is your responsibility. Ask yourself, which aspects of my family's money story serve my highest good, and which ones limit my potential? The reclamation process involves conscious choice. You get to decide which cultural and familial money beliefs to keep and which to discard. This isn't about rejecting your heritage, it's about evolving it. Honor the wisdom in your background while releasing the limitations. One powerful exercise is creating a money lineage blessing. Acknowledge the financial struggles your ancestors faced, express gratitude for the strengths they developed, and state your intention to build upon their legacy by creating greater prosperity. Surrounding yourself with wealth allies accelerates transformation. These are people who already embody the financial mindset you're developing, who talk about money openly, approach wealth with healthy attitudes, and demonstrate that prosperity and integrity can coexist. Their presence normalizes new financial behaviors and makes your evolution feel possible rather than foreign. If you don't know such people personally, books, podcasts, and online communities can provide similar benefits. Immerse yourself in perspectives that stretch your beliefs about what's possible. Establishing wealth boundaries protects your evolving mindset. This might mean limiting time with people who constantly complain about money, changing the subject when conversations turn to financial doom and gloom, or politely declining invitations that would reinforce old patterns. One client found she needed to establish a no money talk rule with her mother, whose anxiety about finances would trigger her own scarcity thoughts. Remember, boundaries aren't selfish, they're necessary for growth. Transforming your relationship with wealth means recognizing that your financial beliefs are neither fixed nor entirely your own. They're inherited patterns you can consciously rewrite. By identifying limiting subconscious beliefs, detoxing harmful narratives, and transforming cultural programming, you remove the internal blockages that have been preventing money from flowing freely into your life. This isn't just about accumulating wealth. It's about reclaiming your power to define what money means to you and how it serves your highest purpose. When you clear these financial blockages, you don't just change your bank account. You fundamentally shift how you show up in the world, creating space for abundance to find you rather than forcing you to chase after it. The wealth identity shift. Most people approach financial change backward. They focus on external actions, budgeting, investing, income strategies, without addressing the identity level where true transformation occurs. Ask yourself, who am I becoming in relationship to money? The answer reveals more about your financial future than any bank statement. Identity shifts create effortless change. When you genuinely see yourself as someone who attracts abundance, you naturally make different choices. You notice different opportunities. You respond differently to challenges. Instead of forcing behaviors that conflict with your self-image, you align your actions with your new wealth identity, making financial growth feel natural rather than constant uphill struggle. Your brain is constantly seeking evidence to support your existing beliefs about yourself. If you identify as bad with money, you'll subconsciously collect proof, remembering financial mistakes while dismissing successes. By consciously adopting a new wealth identity, you redirect this powerful mechanism to work for you rather than against you. Start collecting evidence that supports your new self-concept. I make thoughtful financial decisions. I'm learning and growing financially. I attract resources effortlessly. Identity transformation happens through consistent small choices rather than grand gestures. Each time you check your accounts without anxiety, have an honest money conversation, or make a decision from abundance rather than scarcity, you strengthen your new wealth identity. These seemingly minor moments accumulate, gradually replacing your old financial self-concept with something more empowering. Trust the process. Identities shift through repetition, not perfection. The permission principle. One of the most overlooked aspects of financial blockage is the simple matter of permission. Many of us are unconsciously waiting for someone to give us permission to prosper. This might sound strange to logical minds, but our emotional landscapes operate by different rules. Deep down, you might be waiting for a parent's approval, society's blessing, or some cosmic authorization to claim abundance. The permission principle states that the only person who needs to authorize your prosperity is you. This isn't selfish, it's necessary. By granting yourself explicit permission to thrive financially, you remove one of the most common subconscious blocks. Try this simple but powerful exercise. Place your hand on your heart and say aloud, I, your name, give myself complete permission to prosper abundantly in all areas of my life, including financially. Notice any resistance that arises. This reveals where permission has been unconsciously withheld. Our relationship with receiving directly impacts our financial magnetism. Many high achievers excel at giving, but struggle with receiving compliments, help, and yes, money. This imbalance creates an energetic dam, blocking the natural flow of abundance. Practice receiving with grace and without immediate reciprocation. Accept compliments with a simple thank you, rather than deflection. Allow others to treat you occasionally. These seemingly small acts recalibrate your receiving capacity, making you more magnetic to all forms of abundance. Permission extends to feeling good about money. Many carry unconscious guilt about financial success, especially if loved ones are struggling. This creates a prosperity cap. You'll only allow yourself to rise to a certain level before self-sabotage kicks in. Remember, your financial limitation doesn't help anyone else prosper. In fact, your abundance creates more opportunities to support causes and people you care about. Give yourself permission to feel joyful about money without guilt or justification. Wealth visualization practices that actually work. Most people approach visualization incorrectly, which is why they don't see results. Effective financial visualization isn't about daydreaming. It's about creating such vivid mental experiences that your brain and nervous system can't distinguish them from reality. This literal rewiring of your neural pathways makes you more receptive to opportunities that align with your visualized future. The emotion-amplified visualization technique dramatically increases effectiveness. Rather than passively picturing financial scenarios, intentionally generate the emotions you'd feel in those situations. Confidence as you make investment decisions, security as you build savings, joy as you use wealth to benefit others. Your emotional state is the broadcasting frequency that attracts corresponding experiences. Practice this for just 3 minutes daily, focusing on quality rather than duration. Visualization works best when combined with physical engagement. As you imagine your financial scenarios, incorporate movement, posture, and gestures that embody your prosperous future self. Stand tall, breathe deeply, smile genuinely. This mind-body integration creates what neuroscientists call embodied cognition, a state where your physical experience reinforces your mental imagery, creating more powerful and lasting neural changes. First-person perspective matters in financial visualization. Many people visualize wealth from an observer's viewpoint, watching themselves succeed from a distance. This creates psychological separation between you and the desired outcome. Instead, see through your own eyes, feeling the experience from within your body. Notice what you would see, hear, and touch as your wealth magnetic self. This perspective shift makes the visualization more neurologically effective and emotionally resonant. Visualization becomes even more powerful when grounded in present gratitude. Before projecting into your prosperous future, spend a moment acknowledging abundance already in your life. This creates an energetic foundation of sufficiency rather than lack, making your visualizations extensions of existing abundance rather than desperate reaches for something missing. From this grateful stance, your financial attraction power multiplies exponentially. Creating your personal wealth reclamation ritual. Rituals speak to our subconscious in ways logical arguments cannot. By creating a personal wealth reclamation ritual, you communicate your financial transformation to your deepest self. This doesn't need to be elaborate. Simplicity often carries more power. The key elements are intention, symbolism, and consistent practice. Begin by selecting meaningful symbols representing your financial transformation. This might be a special coin, a written affirmation, or an object that embodies abundance to you personally. The significance comes not from monetary value, but from the meaning you assign. Choose something that resonates with your unique relationship to prosperity. Design a brief but powerful ritual using your chosen symbols. This might involve holding your prosperity object while stating affirmations each morning, writing your financial intentions during specific moon phases, or creating a small altar where you regularly express gratitude for abundance. The form matters less than the feeling. Your ritual should generate a genuine sense of connection to your wealth magnetic identity. Consistency transforms rituals from momentary inspiration into subconscious reprogramming. Perform your wealth reclamation ritual daily, even when motivation wanes or results seem distant. This steady practice bypasses conscious resistance, directly addressing the subconscious beliefs where financial blockages originate. Many find dawn and dusk especially potent times for ritual work, as the transitional nature of these hours mirrors your own transformation. Personal wealth rituals gain power through personalization. While you can draw inspiration from others, true resonance comes from elements that speak to your unique background, values, and aspirations. One client incorporated her grandmother's thimble into her prosperity ritual, transforming a symbol of Depression-era scarcity into a reminder of resourcefulness and resilience. Another used his cultural heritage's abundance prayers, connecting financial growth to his deeper identity. The courage to claim more. At its core, clearing financial blockages requires courage. The courage to examine uncomfortable beliefs, to claim desires you might have been taught were selfish, and to envision possibilities beyond your current reality. This courage isn't about fearlessness, but about moving forward despite fear, knowing that discomfort signals growth rather than danger. The space between your current financial reality and your desired state isn't just filled with practical steps, it's charged with emotions. Acknowledging these feelings, the vulnerability of wanting more, the fear of disappointment, the anxiety about identity changes, doesn't weaken your manifestation power. It strengthens it by bringing your whole self into alignment with your intentions. True financial magnetism emerges when you stop compartmentalizing money as separate from your broader life purpose. When financial goals connect to your deeper values and contribution, abundance flows more naturally. Ask yourself, how would greater prosperity enable me to express my gifts more fully? How might it amplify my positive impact? These questions transform wealth pursuit from potentially selfish to profoundly purposeful. The ultimate financial blockage clearance comes through unconditional self-worth. When you know your value isn't determined by your bank balance, either high or low, you paradoxically become more magnetic to abundance. From this grounded self-acceptance, you pursue prosperity, not from desperate need, but from creative expression. You attract wealth not to fix yourself, but to expand your capacity for contribution and joy. Step-by-step process. The financial freedom excavation. Follow this process thoroughly, and within 30 days, you'll notice significant shifts in how you perceive and interact with money. Financial opportunities previously invisible will begin appearing as your perceptual filters change. The moment you perceive yourself differently in relation to money is the moment your financial reality begins its transformation, writes Dr. Maria Nemeth in The Energy of Money. This perception shift from victim of circumstances to creator of possibilities is what truly magnetizes wealth. Clearing financial blockages isn't just about removing obstacles, it's about creating space for something greater to emerge. As you identify limiting subconscious beliefs, detox harmful narratives, and transform inherited perceptions about wealth, you're not just changing your relationship with money. You're reclaiming your power to define prosperity on your own terms and opening yourself to levels of abundance that align with your highest purpose. This inner work becomes the invisible foundation upon which visible financial success is built, effortlessly, authentically, and sustainably. As we close our exploration of financial blockages, remember that lasting change happens below the surface. You've been equipped with tools to dig into your money beliefs, detox from limiting narratives, and transform your financial identity at its roots. When you shift how you see yourself in relationship to wealth, you create space for abundance to flow naturally toward you. The work we've done here is revolutionary, not because it's complex, but because so few people ever question the financial programming they've absorbed. Those subconscious beliefs about money have been silently directing your financial life like an invisible autopilot. Now you've taken back the controls. The financial freedom blueprint, ready to implement everything you've learned? Here's your practical roadmap to clearing those stubborn financial blockages once and for all. Remember, this work isn't about forcing yourself to think positively. It's about recognizing that many of your financial limitations exist only in your mind. The blocks you've been experiencing aren't random obstacles. They're manifestations of beliefs you no longer need to carry. Some days, you'll slip back into old patterns. That's not failure. It's part of the process. What matters is that you now possess the awareness to recognize those patterns and the tools to choose differently. Your relationship with money is ultimately a reflection of your relationship with yourself. As you clear these blockages, you're not just creating space for more wealth, you're reclaiming your power to define what success means on your own terms. The visualization practices we've explored aren't magical thinking. They're strategic mental rehearsals that prepare your mind to recognize and seize opportunities that have always been available to you. When your internal landscape aligns with abundance, external circumstances have a remarkable way of following suit. Trust the process. The financial freedom you seek isn't somewhere in the distant future. It's emerging right now, with every limiting belief you release and every empowering choice you make. Chapter 6: Mastering the Laws of Financial Attraction. Why you're still working too hard for too little money. In a world that glorifies the hustle, have you ever wondered why working harder rarely translates to earning more? I used to believe success required constant grinding, early mornings, late nights, and sacrificed weekends. Then I discovered something that changed everything. Relaxed productivity isn't just more enjoyable, it's significantly more profitable. The most successful people I know aren't the ones working themselves to exhaustion. They're the ones who've mastered what I call the laws of financial attraction. Principles that allow wealth to flow toward you rather than forcing you to chase after it. When you're perpetually stressed and overworked, your decision-making suffers dramatically. Your brain literally cannot access its most creative and strategic thinking centers when you're in fight or flight mode. I learned this lesson the hard way after burning out twice before age 30. Think about your most brilliant financial insights or career moves. Did they come while frantically working against a deadline, or during a shower, a walk, or right after waking up? Research consistently shows that our most valuable thinking happens when we're in relaxed, receptive states. This isn't spiritual mumbo-jumbo, it's neuroscience. Your brain needs downtime to connect dots and generate the innovative solutions that create extraordinary wealth. The greatest financial minds understand something counterintuitive. Forcing solutions rarely works. When you're relaxed, yet focused, you naturally attract opportunities others miss. You make connections that lead to breakthrough ideas. You notice patterns in markets or consumer behavior that remain invisible to those trapped in stress cycles. But here's the catch. You can't fake this state. You must genuinely step away from the relentless productivity treadmill. The paradox of effortless wealth. What if everything you've been taught about wealth creation is backward? In the coming pages, we'll explore how the laws of attraction, reciprocity, and expansion operate in your financial life, whether you're aware of them or not. These aren't mystical concepts, but practical principles grounded in psychology and behavioral economics. When applied correctly, they create a magnetism that draws resources and opportunities toward you without the exhausting chase. We'll dive deep into visualization and expectation techniques that reprogram your relationship with money. Unlike typical manifestation advice, I'll show you the scientific basis for these practices and how to implement them in ways that produce measurable results. The most successful clients in my wealth coaching practice aren't those who work the hardest. They're those who've mastered these principles and let money come to them. Of course, there are pitfalls. I've seen smart, capable people misapply these concepts and actually repel the very wealth they're trying to attract. We'll explore these common mistakes and how to avoid them. You've probably made some of these errors yourself. I certainly have. But understanding them is the first step toward transforming your financial trajectory. As we begin this chapter, I invite you to temporarily suspend your beliefs about how money should work. The conventional wisdom that equates suffering with success has failed most people. What if creating wealth could feel good? What if your path to financial abundance actually required less strain, not more? Are you ready to discover what happens when you stop pushing so hard and start attracting instead? The productivity paradox. Maria stared at the Excel spreadsheet that swam before her tired eyes. The numbers blurred. She pushed away from her desk and rubbed her temples. 3 proposals due by Friday, and here she was, Wednesday afternoon, with a brain that felt like mashed potatoes. The golden afternoon light slanted through her office window, catching dust motes that danced in the air. Somewhere outside, a bird called. "Screw it," she muttered, standing up so quickly her ergonomic chair spun backward and hit the wall. 4 hours of grinding away had produced nothing but frustration and a tension headache that wrapped around her skull like a vice. The quarterly projections weren't going to fix themselves, but they also weren't going to get fixed by her current burnt-out brain. She grabbed her phone and keys and headed for the door. The office was quiet. Most of her team had left already, smart enough to know when to call it a day. Maria thought about Jason, her boss, and his constant preaching about hustle culture and grinding till you win. The man wore his 4 hours of sleep like a badge of honor. She remembered his smug face at the last board meeting when he'd said, "I don't believe in work-life balance. I believe in work-life integration," whatever the hell that meant. Maria stepped outside into the park across from their building, the soft grass a welcome change from industrial carpet. The breeze caught her hair, cooling the back of her neck. Maria found a bench under a maple tree and sat down, closing her eyes. She thought about the creative block she'd hit last week before her afternoon run had somehow unlocked the solution to their client's rebranding issue. The idea had come to her between one footfall and the next, bubbling up from nowhere while her mind had wandered free. A dog barked nearby, and she opened her eyes to see a chocolate lab chasing a tennis ball, pure joy in every bound. She pulled out her phone and set a timer for 20 minutes. Just 20 minutes to sit, breathe, and let her mind wander. The projections would wait. She felt the knot in her shoulders begin to loosen as a radical thought formed. What if working less could actually make her more effective? What if all those hours she'd spent staring at her screen, forcing her tired brain to function, had actually been counterproductive? As the tension drained from her body, her mind began to drift toward the financial projections again, but differently this time. Without the pressure to perform, a new approach floated into her consciousness. She saw a pattern in the numbers she'd missed before. The solution was elegant, simple, and had been impossible to see when she was forcing it. Maria smiled and watched a butterfly land on a nearby flower. She'd go back in 15 minutes, refreshed and clear-headed. The irony wasn't lost on her. By stepping away from productivity, she had become more productive. What other parts of her life might transform if she stopped white-knuckling her way through them and instead learned to trust in the power of relaxed mind? The power principles of financial magnetism. Many people wonder why some individuals seem to effortlessly attract wealth, while others struggle despite working harder. The answer lies in understanding the fundamental laws that govern financial abundance. These aren't mystical secrets, but rather powerful principles that operate whether we acknowledge them or not. The law of attraction states that like attracts like. Your dominant thoughts and feelings magnetize similar experiences into your life. Applied to finances, this means your beliefs about money directly influence your financial reality. Think about how water flows. It doesn't force its way through obstacles, it simply follows the path of least resistance. Your financial energy works similarly. When your thoughts, emotions, and actions align with abundance rather than scarcity, you create a path of least resistance for wealth to flow into your life. The law of reciprocity builds upon this foundation. This principle reveals that giving and receiving exist in a continuous cycle. What you put out returns to you, often multiplied. In business terms, this translates to creating genuine value before expecting returns. Companies that prioritize solving real problems for their customers inevitably outperform those focused solely on profit extraction. Your financial abundance expands in proportion to the value you contribute. Have you ever noticed how the most financially successful people are often the most generous? This isn't coincidence. They understand that money, like energy, must flow. Hoarding creates stagnation, while strategic giving accelerates circulation. Even during challenging times, maintaining this circulation through proportional giving keeps your financial energy moving. The law of expansion completes this trinity of principles. It teaches that the universe itself is constantly expanding, and your wealth capacity must do the same. Most people hit financial ceilings because their comfort zones and self-image can't accommodate greater abundance. Breaking through requires expanding your vision, skills, and most importantly, your sense of deservingness. Growth rarely happens within comfortable boundaries. Think about weight training. Muscles develop by pushing slightly beyond current capacity. Your financial muscles develop similarly. Each time you take a calculated risk, learn a new skill, or step into a bigger vision, you're expanding your wealth capacity. These laws operate in concert, not isolation. A strong mindset, attraction, creates little without value creation, reciprocity, while contribution without expansion leads to burnout. The magic happens when all three principles work together, creating a self-reinforcing cycle of increasing abundance. When applied with relaxed focus rather than desperate grasping, these principles transform your relationship with money. The paradox of financial magnetism is that wealth comes most easily when you stop forcing it, when you align with these laws and allow them to work through you rather than exhausting yourself swimming against their current. The true power of financial attraction emerges when you understand that wealth flows not from frantic effort, but from aligned action with universal principles that have governed prosperity throughout human history. Visualization, your financial blueprint builder. Your mind doesn't distinguish well between vividly imagined experiences and actual ones. This neurological fact forms the foundation of visualization as a wealth attraction tool. When you consistently visualize financial success with emotional intensity, your brain begins forming new neural pathways that support wealth-building behaviors. Studies in sports psychology demonstrate that athletes who mentally rehearse perfect performance show nearly identical brain activation patterns as during physical practice. This isn't magical thinking, it's practical brain programming. How clear is your financial vision? Most people operate with vague notions like, I want more money, or I need to be comfortable. But vagueness breeds vague results. Your subconscious mind requires specificity to effectively manifest your desires. Think of visualization as creating a detailed blueprint that your brain then works to construct in reality. Imagine a skilled archer preparing to hit a target. Would they be more successful aiming at a fuzzy, indistinct shape or a crisp, clearly defined bullseye? Your financial goals deserve the same precision. When you can see, feel, and emotionally connect with specific outcomes, you activate powerful forces within your psychology. Expectation works hand in hand with visualization to accelerate financial magnetism. What you deeply expect to materialize, not through mystical means, but through the subtle ways your expectations shape your perceptions, decisions, and actions. If you expect wealth to be a constant struggle, you'll unconsciously make choices that fulfill that prophecy. Conversely, when you genuinely expect abundance, you recognize opportunities invisible to those fixated on scarcity. There's a crucial difference between wishful thinking and powerful expectation. Wishes come from a place of lack. I wish I had more money implicitly affirms you don't have enough. Expectation, however, emerges from certainty. I am in the process of attracting greater wealth, programs your mind for success. This distinction might seem subtle, but it fundamentally changes your energetic relationship with money. The relaxation component cannot be overstated. Visualization performed from a state of anxiety or desperation creates counterproductive tension that blocks financial flow. Think about trying to fall asleep. The harder you try, the more elusive sleep becomes. Similarly, wealth responds better to relaxed invitation than forceful demand. Practice your financial visualization during periods of calm, perhaps after meditation or before sleep, when your brain is most receptive to new programming. The biggest challenge isn't in believing that you can have abundance and happiness, but in believing that you deserve it. This wisdom from financial psychologist Barbara Hewson highlights why many visualization practices fail. No matter how diligently you visualize wealth, if a deeper part of you feels unworthy, you'll unconsciously sabotage your success. Incorporate worthiness affirmations into your practice to address this common block. Consistent embodied visualization creates what psychologists call a reticular activating system effect. This mental filtering mechanism begins highlighting opportunities aligned with your visualization that would otherwise go unnoticed. Have you ever decided to buy a particular car model, then suddenly noticed that same model everywhere? That's your reticular activating system at work, and it functions similarly with financial opportunities when properly programmed. Implementation matters more than theory. Start with 5 minutes daily of detailed financial visualization. See yourself receiving money, making wise investments, building valuable skills, and enjoying the lifestyle your wealth provides. Feel the emotions associated with these experiences: confidence, security, freedom, generosity. Make these visualizations as multisensory as possible, incorporating images, sounds, feelings, even smells and tastes associated with your desired financial reality. What would change in your approach to wealth if you truly believed that your financial destiny was being shaped right now through the pictures you hold in your mind and the expectations you carry in your heart? Common pitfalls on the path to prosperity. The principles of financial attraction contain immense power, but like any powerful tool, they can cause harm when misused. One of the most prevalent mistakes is using these laws as an excuse for inaction. While mindset and energy are crucial, they cannot replace strategic action. The universe rewards inspired action, not passive wishing. Abundance flows through the channels you create through consistent, value-creating work. Imagine planting a garden. Visualizing beautiful flowers is important. It helps you select the right seeds and design the layout. But without actually planting seeds, watering regularly, and tending to weeds, no amount of visualization will produce a garden. Your financial garden requires both the blueprint of visualization and the consistent tending of strategic action. Another common pitfall is practicing financial attraction from a place of desperation or fear. This creates an energetic contradiction that repels rather than attracts abundance. When you approach wealth creation from anxiety about bills or comparison with others, you're operating from scarcity consciousness. This fundamental contradiction, trying to attract abundance while vibrating with scarcity, blocks the very results you seek. The get-rich-quick mentality represents another misuse of attraction principles. True financial magnetism isn't about manipulating universal laws for overnight millions. It's about aligning with prosperity consciousness for sustainable abundance. Quick fix approaches usually lead to disappointment or temporary gains followed by greater losses. The most reliable path to lasting wealth comes through consistent application of these principles while developing valuable skills and assets. Many practitioners also fall into the trap of selective responsibility, taking credit for positive manifestations while blaming external factors for negative outcomes. This inconsistency prevents genuine growth. Mature financial attraction requires taking full ownership of your current financial reality as the result of your previous thoughts, beliefs, and actions. Only from this place of complete responsibility can you effectively create new patterns. The financial attraction logs. This comprehensive framework integrates 3 powerful principles into a cohesive system for magnetic wealth creation. Rather than applying these laws separately, this matrix reveals how they interact to create exponential rather than merely additive results. Let's explore each component and their synergistic relationships. The law of attraction, mindset foundation. At the core of financial magnetism lies your financial mindset, the beliefs, thoughts, and emotions that form your relationship with money. This first quadrant focuses on cultivating prosperity consciousness through several key practices. Your mindset isn't just positive thinking, It's the energetic foundation that either supports or undermines all your financial efforts. When properly aligned, this component creates receptivity to wealth and attunes your awareness to opportunities. The law of reciprocity, value creation. The second quadrant addresses how you participate in the exchange of value. Financial energy flows toward those who solve problems and meet needs for others. This component includes, while the law of attraction creates receptivity, the law of reciprocity creates worthiness through contribution. Together, they form a complete circuit. You must both give and receive for optimal financial flow. The law of expansion, growth commitment. The third quadrant focuses on continuously expanding your capacity for wealth through. This component prevents the plateau effect that limits most people's financial growth. By consistently expanding your vision, skills, and connections, you create new pathways for increased abundance. System dynamics, the integration effect. The matrix's true power emerges through the interrelationships between components. Consider these primary interactions. Attraction, reciprocity. When positive money mindset joins with value creation, you attract opportunities precisely matched to your contributions. Without reciprocity, attraction can become magical thinking. Without attraction, reciprocity can lead to resentful giving. Reciprocity expansion. As you create more value and expand your capacity, you naturally reach more people and solve bigger problems, increasing your financial returns exponentially rather than incrementally. Expansion attraction. Growth requires an expanding self-image. As you stretch your mindset through the law of attraction, you become capable of greater expansion, creating an upward spiral of possibility. Practical application. The matrix operates as a diagnostic and prescriptive tool. When financial results lag, identify which component needs strengthening. Inconsistent results often indicate mindset issues, attraction. Effort without returns suggests value alignment problems, reciprocity. Plateaued growth points to comfort zone limitations, expansion. Implementation follows a cyclical rather than linear process. Begin each week with mindset alignment, attraction, focus your workdays on value creation, reciprocity, and dedicate time regularly for learning and growth, expansion. This creates a self-reinforcing cycle that builds momentum over time. Adaptive response. Unlike rigid systems, this matrix evolves with your financial journey. As wealth increases, each component requires refinement. Attraction shifts from basic abundance thinking to legacy mindset. Reciprocity moves from personal service to scalable value creation. Expansion evolves from personal growth to system optimization. The matrix accommodates these shifts while maintaining fundamental principles. When you integrate these three powerful laws, creating alignment between your mindset, your value creation, and your capacity for growth, you establish an unshakable foundation for financial magnetism that works not through forced effort but through natural attraction, meaningful contribution, and continuous expansion. The relaxation advantage. Implementing these laws while maintaining a state of relaxed productivity creates a powerful advantage. When your nervous system remains calm, you make better financial decisions, recognize subtle opportunities, and avoid the desperation that repels abundance. Contrary to popular belief, financial success doesn't require burnout-inducing hustle. It flourishes in the fertile soil of balanced, focused engagement. Most wealth seekers overlook this crucial element. They push harder when results don't come, creating tension that blocks the very flow they desire. Remember that water flows most powerfully when channels are open, not constricted. Similarly, financial energy flows most abundantly through relaxed, confident channels rather than anxious, clutching ones. Practice strategic relaxation throughout your wealth-building journey. Incorporate short meditation sessions, mindful breaks, and adequate rest into your routine. These aren't indulgences, but essential components of effective financial attraction. The mind that can quiet itself gains access to intuitive insights and creative solutions unavailable to the constantly racing, stressed brain. The three laws of financial attraction, mindset alignment, value creation, and continuous expansion, work most powerfully when applied with relaxed confidence rather than desperate force, allowing you to attract wealth through aligned energy rather than exhausting effort. The paradox of relaxed wealth creation. You've now discovered the counterintuitive truth that might transform your financial future. Relaxation actually accelerates wealth creation. I spent years buying into the hustle harder mentality before realizing I was running faster toward burnout than toward abundance. The laws of attraction, reciprocity, and expansion aren't just abstract concepts. They're practical tools that respond most powerfully to a mind that isn't cluttered with anxiety. Think about it. When was the last time you made a brilliant financial decision while stressed out of your mind? Probably never. Visualization and positive expectation work best from a place of calm confidence. Your brain literally functions differently when you're relaxed. More creative connections form, better decisions emerge. This isn't woo-woo nonsense. It's neuroscience working in your favor. Most people misuse these principles by forcing outcomes through white-knuckled effort. You now know better. The sweet spot exists in that balance between inspired action and relaxed receptivity. It's like having your foot gently on the gas rather than slamming between acceleration and braking. Remember that wealth creation isn't about constant motion, it's about effective motion. Taking those strategic breaks, practicing visualization during moments of calm, and approaching your finances with confident expectation rather than desperate need creates a completely different energy around money. Ask yourself, what would your financial decisions look like if you made them from a place of relaxed clarity instead of anxious scrambling? The mistake I made for years, and maybe you have too, was believing that financial success required suffering. It doesn't. When you apply the principles we've explored from a foundation of balanced energy, you'll find yourself making better decisions almost automatically. Try this today. Before making your next financial decision, take 3 deep breaths and ask, what would my calmest, most confident self do here? You might be surprised how different the answer is from your usual approach. The magic isn't in working yourself to exhaustion. It's in creating the mental conditions where attraction principles can actually operate at full power. Your relaxed mind is literally your greatest wealth-building asset. And isn't that a refreshing thought? Chapter 7, The Art of Abundant Living. Your circle, your currency. Who's in your wealth orbit? I used to believe wealth came solely from relentless hustle, burning the midnight oil, sacrificing weekends, and pushing through exhaustion. Maybe you've been there too. That grind until you break approach left me financially stable, but emotionally bankrupt. What I discovered instead changed everything. Abundance flows not from exhaustion, but from connection. The people surrounding you shape your financial destiny more powerfully than any investment strategy or side hustle ever could. Think about it. When was the last time you felt genuinely inspired about money after spending time with someone? If you're drawing a blank, you're not alone. Most of us accidentally surround ourselves with people who reinforce our financial limitations rather than expanding our possibilities. The transition from scarcity to abundance requires more than mindset shifts and manifestation techniques. It demands creating an ecosystem where wealth naturally gravitates toward you. This final chapter before our conclusion brings together everything we've explored about energy alignment and effortless attraction, focusing on the most powerful wealth magnet of all, your network. I've seen clients transform their financial reality within months, not through working harder, but by strategically rebuilding their social circles. One woman increased her income by 67% within 90 days after replacing her weekly complain over wine sessions with mastermind meetings. The conversations you're having today are writing the checks you'll cash tomorrow. Throughout this book, we've dismantled the myth that financial abundance requires sacrificing your well-being. We've explored how to shift your energy from repelling to attracting wealth and practice daily rituals that align your vibration with prosperity. Now we'll focus on creating the perfect conditions for wealth to flourish by examining 3 critical aspects of abundant living: distinguishing between sufficiency and true abundance, upgrading your lifestyle to match your wealth aspirations, and cultivating relationships that accelerate your financial growth. Consider this. Your 5 closest friends' average income likely falls within 20% of your own. This isn't coincidence. It's the natural result of shared beliefs, habits, and opportunities flowing through your social network. As we close our journey together, You'll discover how to intentionally design an environment where wealth isn't something you chase, but something that naturally seeks you out. The difference between those who struggle financially and those who thrive effortlessly often comes down to this invisible yet powerful force, the wealth attracting ecosystem they've built around themselves. Ask yourself, are the people in your daily life expanding or contracting your financial possibilities? Are your surroundings reflecting the abundance you desire or reinforcing the limitations you're trying to overcome? The answers will reveal whether you've been unknowingly sabotaging your wealth magnetism or priming it for exponential growth. Your wealth transformation isn't complete without addressing this critical component. Let's explore how to create a life where abundance isn't just something you occasionally experience, but becomes your natural state of being, where wealth flows to you on autopilot because everything in your environment is aligned to attract it. Who you know can change your worth. Mark Calloway stood at the edge of the rooftop terrace, Manhattan stretching before him like a glittering chessboard of opportunity. The evening air carried a hint of autumn, but the warmth from the gathering behind him spilled outward, along with the murmur of voices. People who controlled billions, made decisions that shifted markets. People who could change his life with a handshake. He sipped his water, watching the ice cubes clink against the crystal. "You look like a man contemplating a jump," said a voice behind him. It belonged to Eleanor Y., venture capitalist extraordinaire, dressed in a simple black dress that probably cost more than his monthly rent. "First time at one of these things?" Mark nodded, feeling the familiar tightness in his chest, the sensation that had followed him from his childhood in Scranton, through State College, and now into this rarefied air where he didn't quite belong. "That obvious, huh?" His mind flashed to his studio apartment with its leaking faucet and the startup he'd poured 3 years into. "Just trying to figure out how to talk to people who could buy my entire existence without checking their account balance." Eleanor laughed, the sound cutting through the night air like wind chimes. "Everyone here started somewhere. Some inherited their way in, sure, but most of us, we clawed our way up." She pointed toward a silver-haired man by the bar. "See him? 5 years ago, he was sleeping on his friend's couch. Now he's worth 9 figures because he knew the right person who introduced him to another right person." She turned her gaze directly at Mark. "The money's not in what you know. It's in who." Mark thought about his parents back home, how they'd scrimped and saved for decades, believing that hard work alone paved the road to success. The thought burned in his stomach like acid. What could his life have been if his father had played golf with bank presidents instead of fixing their cars? He leaned against the railing, feeling the cool metal through his suit jacket. "I grew up thinking networking was something you did with computers, not people," he said, the skyline blurring slightly as his eyes unfocused. "My dad always said, keep your head down and work hard." But look where that got him. 40 years at the same garage, still worried about medical bills. Eleanor's phone buzzed. She glanced at it, then back at Mark with renewed interest. "I've got someone you should meet. He's looking for exactly what your company does." She took his arm, steering him back toward the crowd, toward opportunity. "Remember this, Mark, your net worth is only as good as your network. And tonight, your network just got a hell of a lot stronger." The lights of the city winked at him like conspirators as he moved forward, away from the edge, into the center of a world he'd only observed from afar. The question that had haunted him for years hung in the air. Was he ready to leave behind the limiting beliefs about money and success he'd inherited and embrace a new way of building wealth that began with the people around him rather than just the hours he put in? Just enough versus true abundance. Let's talk about living with just enough versus living with true abundance. When you're in survival mode, your decisions are based on fear. Will this expense push me over the edge? Can I afford to take that risk? This constant state of financial anxiety means you're likely living paycheck to paycheck, making ends meet, but just barely. Think of just enough as treading water in the middle of a vast ocean. You're not drowning, which seems like a win, but you're exhausting yourself just to stay afloat. Every unexpected wave, a medical bill, car repair, or sudden job loss, threatens to pull you under. Your energy is consumed by the daily struggle, leaving little capacity for growth or forward movement. True abundance, on the other hand, creates a foundation of security that transforms your entire relationship with money. It's not just about having more zeros in your bank account. It's about the freedom those resources provide. When you have abundance, you make decisions from a place of opportunity rather than scarcity. You can invest in experiences that bring joy, contribute to causes you believe in, and take calculated risks that may lead to even greater prosperity. The psychological impact of this shift cannot be overstated. Research consistently shows that financial stress is linked to anxiety, depression, and even physical health problems. Living with just enough keeps you in a perpetual state of cortisol production, your body's stress hormone, which takes a toll over time. Abundance creates a buffer that allows your nervous system to relax, improving both mental clarity and overall well-being. Many people mistakenly believe that abundance is solely about material wealth. While financial resources are certainly part of the equation, true abundance extends to every area of life. Rich relationships, vibrant health, meaningful work, and spiritual fulfillment. When one area thrives, it often creates positive spillover effects in others. Financial abundance, for instance, might allow you to work fewer hours, giving you more time to nurture important relationships or pursue creative passions. Shifting from scarcity to abundance requires a fundamental change in mindset. Those living with just enough often focus on what they lack and what could go wrong. They operate from a zero-sum mentality. If someone else gains, I must lose. Abundant thinkers, however, see possibilities everywhere. They recognize that wealth can be created, not just redistributed, and that helping others succeed often leads to greater opportunities for everyone. Consider how differently these mindsets approach the same situation. When presented with an investment opportunity, the scarcity thinker immediately calculates what they might lose, while the abundance thinker evaluates potential upside. The scarcity thinker avoids risk at all costs. The abundance thinker understands that calculated risks are necessary for growth. Over time, these different approaches compound dramatically, leading to vastly different financial outcomes. The difference between living with just enough and experiencing true abundance isn't just financial. It's a fundamental shift in how you perceive the world, make decisions, and experience life. Upgrading your lifestyle for abundance. Implementing lifestyle upgrades that facilitate a shift to abundance begins with an honest assessment of your current habits. Take a week to track every expense, no matter how small. This isn't about judgment, it's about awareness. Where is your money actually going? Many people are shocked to discover how much slips through the cracks on impulse purchases or subscription services they rarely use. This clarity allows you to reallocate resources toward things that genuinely enhance your life. Next, identify the low-value expenditures that drain your resources without adding meaningful quality to your life. That daily $5 coffee might seem insignificant, but it represents $1,825 annually, money that could be invested toward true abundance. This isn't about deprivation, but intentionality. Ask yourself, does this purchase move me toward the abundant life I envision, or is it keeping me stuck in just enough mode? Your physical environment profoundly influences your mindset and behaviors. Cluttered, chaotic spaces create mental friction that makes abundance thinking more difficult. Begin upgrading your surroundings by clearing out items that no longer serve you. This creates both physical and psychological space for new opportunities. Then, strategically invest in quality over quantity. A well-crafted piece of furniture that brings you joy every time you see it creates more abundance than a house full of cheap items that need constant replacing. Time is your most precious non-renewable resource. Abundance thinking requires space for creativity, strategic planning, and relationship building, none of which can happen when every minute is scheduled. Audit your calendar with the same rigor you applied to your finances. Eliminate or delegate low-value activities. Protect blocks of time for deep work, reflection, and connection. Remember that wealth creation rarely happens in the midst of constant busyness. Most people overestimate what they can accomplish in a day and underestimate what they can achieve in a year, says productivity expert Peter Drucker. This wisdom applies perfectly to lifestyle upgrades for abundance. Small, consistent improvements compound dramatically over time. Adding just one wealth building habit each month, whether it's automated investing, skill development, or strategic networking, can transform your financial trajectory within a year. Your digital consumption shapes your mindset more than you might realize. The average American spends over 3 hours daily on social media, often consuming content that reinforces scarcity thinking or triggers unhealthy comparison. Curate your information diet with intention. Unfollow accounts that make you feel inadequate. Subscribe to newsletters, podcasts, and channels that expose you to abundance minded individuals and opportunities. Your subconscious absorbs what you repeatedly expose yourself to. Health investments yield some of the highest returns on your journey to abundance. Chronic stress, poor sleep, and inadequate nutrition directly impact your cognitive function, energy levels, and decision making capacity, all critical factors in wealth creation. Prioritize sleep hygiene, stress management practices, and nutrient dense foods. Consider these expenses not as luxuries, but as essential infrastructure for your abundance building machine. Expanding your comfort zone is non negotiable for those seeking true abundance. Growth happens at the edges of what feels comfortable. Start with small challenges, perhaps initiating a conversation with a successful person you admire or taking a course in an area where you feel insecure. Each time you survive and even thrive outside your comfort zone, you build confidence for bigger leaps. These incremental expansions compound over time, creating exponential growth in your capacity for abundance. The company you keep powerfully influences your financial trajectory. Jim Rohn famously said, "You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." Take an honest inventory of your current social circle. Do these relationships expand your thinking about what's possible, or do they reinforce limiting beliefs? Seek out communities, masterminds, or mentorship relationships that expose you to higher levels of achievement and abundance thinking. This single upgrade often catalyzes transformation in every other area. What would your life look like if you stopped accepting just enough as your default setting and deliberately designed an environment that makes abundance inevitable? Creating your wealth building network. Building a powerful network is perhaps the most underrated wealth building strategy. While most financial advice focuses on investment vehicles or business tactics, your network often determines which opportunities you even know exist. Think about it. Most high-value jobs are never advertised publicly. Prime real estate investments rarely hit the open market. Business partnerships form through personal connections. Without the right network, you'll never even see the doors, let alone have the chance to open them. Your current network is the result of circumstance rather than strategy. You know the people you went to school with, worked alongside, or happened to meet through random life events. This passive approach to relationship building severely limits your wealth potential. Successful individuals take control of this critical asset, intentionally cultivating connections that enhance their growth trajectory. This doesn't mean discarding old friends. It means expanding your circle to include people who challenge you to level up. Meaningful networking requires shifting from a "what can I get" mindset to "what can I contribute." The most connected people aren't necessarily the most charming or privileged. They're often the most helpful. Look for opportunities to solve problems for others without immediate expectation of return. Make introductions that benefit both parties. Share valuable information or resources. This generosity positions you as a node of value in your network, naturally attracting opportunities and reciprocity over time. Different network connections serve different purposes in your wealth building journey. Identify where you need to strengthen your circle. Do you lack mentors who've already achieved what you're aiming for? Are you missing peers for mutual support and accountability? What about connectors who can introduce you to otherwise inaccessible opportunities, or specialized experts who can help solve specific challenges? Map your current network against these needs to identify strategic gaps you should prioritize filling. The environments you regularly inhabit shape which connections naturally form. If you're consistently the most ambitious person in every room, your growth will be stunted. Seek out environments where the median achievement level exceeds your own. This might mean joining industry organizations, attending high-ticket conferences, moving to innovation hubs, or participating in mastermind groups. While these environments might initially feel uncomfortable, they rapidly accelerate your exposure to wealth-building opportunities and mindsets. Your network's quality dramatically impacts your net worth through the mechanism of ambient exposure. When you regularly interact with people operating at higher levels, you unconsciously absorb their standards, strategies, and beliefs. Their normal gradually becomes your normal. What seemed impossible starts feeling inevitable. This osmosis effect often works more powerfully than formal education because it combines intellectual knowledge with emotional imprinting and social proof. Consider your network as an ecosystem rather than a collection of individual relationships. The most valuable connections often emerge from the intersection of different worlds. Position yourself at these crossroads by developing interests and identities beyond your primary field. Someone who understands both technology and healthcare, for instance, spots opportunities invisible to specialists in either domain alone. These boundary spanners typically create disproportionate value and capture disproportionate wealth. Digital platforms have transformed networking possibilities, allowing unprecedented access to previously unreachable individuals. Don't squander this opportunity with generic connection requests. Instead, study someone's work deeply before reaching out. Reference specific insights that impacted you. Ask thoughtful questions that demonstrate you value their expertise. This approach dramatically increases response rates and relationship quality, even with high-value targets who receive hundreds of outreach attempts weekly. The path to abundance is rarely traveled alone. By strategically cultivating relationships with those who have achieved what you aspire to, surrounding yourself with peers who elevate your standards, and positioning yourself in environments where wealth naturally flows, you create a network that not only supports your current goals, but expands your vision of what's possible. The right network doesn't just help you build wealth, it transforms your entire concept of abundance, putting it all together. The journey from survival to true abundance requires 3 fundamental shifts. First, you must recognize the profound difference between living with just enough and experiencing the freedom that comes with genuine abundance, understanding that this shift transforms not just your finances, but your entire experience of life. Second, you must deliberately upgrade your environment, habits, and surroundings to make abundance your default setting, rather than a constant upstream battle. Finally, you must strategically cultivate a network that exposes you to new opportunities, elevated standards, and wealth-building wisdom that would otherwise remain invisible. When these 3 elements align, mindset, environment, and network, abundance becomes not just possible, but inevitable. The compound effect of your inner circle. The people closest to you shape your financial destiny more powerfully than most realize. Studies consistently show that behaviors, including financial habits, spread through social networks like contagions. When your friend group regularly discusses investment strategies rather than consumer purchases, your own focus naturally shifts. When your mentors expect excellence rather than mediocrity, you rise to meet those expectations. This isn't about peer pressure. It's about the subtle calibration of norms that happens below conscious awareness. Consider this revealing experiment. Researchers placed a single individual in a room with actors who unanimously gave wrong answers to simple questions. In 75% of trials, the subject conformed to the group's obviously incorrect response. This demonstrates how powerfully social influence overrides even our direct perception of reality. Applied to wealth building, this explains why someone raised in a paycheck-to-paycheck environment might struggle to implement basic prosperity principles, despite intellectually understanding them. The pull of your social reference points is simply that strong. Proximity is power. While online connections offer value, nothing replaces the impact of regular in-person interaction with successful individuals. Their success becomes normalized in your mind. You absorb countless subtle cues about how they think, communicate, and solve problems. Even their body language and energy levels provide valuable data your brain processes automatically. This is why mentors consistently recommend placing yourself physically near those achieving what you desire, whether through employment, events, or strategic relocation. Your wealth building network requires intentional curation. Begin by conducting a relationship audit. Create a spreadsheet listing your 20 closest connections. Beside each name, note their level of financial success, ambition, positivity, and support for your goals. This exercise often reveals why someone feels stuck despite their best efforts. If 15 of your 20 closest connections model scarcity thinking and discourage risk-taking, your subconscious absorbs these influences regardless of what self-help books you read. The most valuable network additions often come through weak ties rather than close friends. Sociologist Mark Granovetter's research shows that new opportunities typically arrive through acquaintances rather than intimate connections. This makes sense. Your close circle largely shares your existing knowledge and resources. More distant connections provide bridges to entirely different networks with novel information and opportunities. This is why diversity in your network, across industries, backgrounds, and thinking styles, creates exponential value. One powerful strategy for elevating your network is becoming the super connector within your current sphere. Actively look for opportunities to introduce people who might benefit from knowing each other. Send articles or resources tailored to specific individuals' interests. Organize small gatherings that bring together interesting people around shared themes. These behaviors position you as a high-value node in your network, attracting reciprocity and expanding your reach to new circles that would otherwise remain closed. The 90-day network transformation. If you're serious about using your network to accelerate wealth building, commit to this structured 90-day process. Days 1 to 30, assess and prune. Document your current network influences. Identify relationships that drain your energy or reinforce scarcity thinking. Gradually reduce time spent in these depleting interactions. Create space for new, abundance-oriented connections. Days 31 to 60, strategic outreach. Identify 3 individuals slightly ahead of you on your wealth journey. Research their interests, challenges, and contributions thoroughly. Craft personalized outreach offering specific value, not asking for anything. Attend at least 2 events where your target network congregates. Join one mastermind community or organization aligned with your goals. Days 61 to 90, deepen and leverage. Follow up consistently with new connections. Look for opportunities to contribute before requesting help. Schedule regular interactions with your most valuable contacts. Begin collaborative projects with aligned network members. Document network-derived opportunities and insights. This methodical approach transforms networking from a vague aspiration to a concrete wealth-building strategy with measurable outcomes. The return on relationship investment. Consider your networking efforts as investments with calculable returns. One productive relationship with a mentor, partner, or key client can generate millions in lifetime value. Yet most people invest more time researching a $500 purchase than developing these high-return relationships. Calculate what 1 hour of networking activity might yield compared to 1 hour of ordinary work. When viewed through this lens, strategic relationship building often delivers returns of 100x or more compared to simply trading time for money. The greatest barrier to building a wealth-enhancing network isn't external, it's internal. Many feel uncomfortable approaching successful people or fear rejection. Remember that high achievers are often more accessible than you might think. They value authentic connection and fresh perspectives. Come prepared with thoughtful questions rather than requests. Show genuine interest in their journey. Most importantly, bring something valuable to the exchange, whether that's a unique insight, relevant introduction, or simply the energy of your focused attention and appreciation. Creating abundance through contribution. The most sustainable path to building a powerful network comes through genuine contribution. Ask yourself daily, how can I add value to others? This mindset attracts relationships organically, rather than through forced networking tactics. Consider what unique combination of skills, knowledge, and connections you possess. Perhaps you're skilled at explaining complex concepts simply, have deep knowledge of an emerging trend, or maintain relationships across different industries. These assets create value for others while naturally positioning you as someone worth knowing. When you shift from seeing networking as a self-serving activity to viewing it as an opportunity to connect people with resources, information, and each other, something remarkable happens. Doors open, opportunities multiply. The very abundance you seek begins flowing through the network you've cultivated, not just to you, but through you. This is the ultimate alchemy of a purposeful network. It transforms simple social connections into a powerful wealth-generating ecosystem, synergizing your resources for maximum impact. Building wealth is rarely about a single spectacular move. More often, it results from the strategic alignment of multiple resources working in concert. Think of your network, skills, financial assets, and time allocation as instruments in an orchestra. Each plays a vital role, but the magic happens when they harmonize perfectly. This synergy creates exponential rather than linear results. The most successful wealth builders understand the multiplier effect of aligned resources. Consider how a strategic introduction from your network, combined with specialized knowledge you've developed, might open access to an investment opportunity unavailable to the general public. That investment, leveraged with capital from previous successes, generates returns that further expand your options. This compounding cycle accelerates with each iteration, creating momentum that eventually becomes unstoppable. Many make the mistake of developing their resources in isolation. They build their network without clear investment goals. They accumulate capital without the relationships to access premium opportunities. They develop skills unconnected to their wealth strategy. This fragmented approach severely limits potential returns. The integration of these elements, network, knowledge, capital, and time, creates a wealth-building machine far greater than the sum of its parts. Your environment either amplifies or diminishes this synergistic effect. A physical space designed for creativity and focus enhances your productivity. Digital tools that streamline decision-making free cognitive resources for strategic thinking. Relationships that inspire and challenge you elevate your standards across all areas. Even your geographic location can significantly impact available opportunities. Each environmental factor acts as either an accelerant or drag on your wealth-building engine. The art of abundant living emerges when you recognize the interconnected nature of all resources at your disposal. By differentiating between mere survival and true abundance, implementing strategic lifestyle upgrades, and cultivating a network that elevates all aspects of your life, you create a self-reinforcing system that generates prosperity with increasing momentum and decreasing effort. This isn't just about accumulating wealth, it's about orchestrating your resources to create a life of extraordinary possibility and impact. The art of abundant living. Bringing it all together. You've now reached the final gateway on your journey to effortless wealth. The difference between merely surviving with just enough and truly thriving in abundance isn't just about the figures in your bank account. It's about how you experience life itself. Throughout this book, we've dismantled the exhausting hustle culture that keeps so many trapped in cycles of burnout while chasing wealth that remains frustratingly out of reach. Remember when you believed that working harder was the only path to prosperity? That grinding away at 3 a.m. would somehow manifest those dreams? Yeah, me too. I spent years running that hamster wheel before realizing the fundamental truth. Wealth isn't earned through exhaustion, it's magnetized through alignment. The lifestyle upgrades we've explored aren't luxuries, they're necessities for anyone serious about wealth magnetism. Each small shift in how you structure your day, arrange your space, or manage your energy creates ripple effects that transform your wealth-attracting capacity. These aren't just fancy add-ons to your life. They're the infrastructure that supports your abundance. And let's be honest about your network. It's either lifting you toward wealth or subtly convincing you it's out of reach. The people surrounding you are either opening doors or building walls. I learned this lesson the hard way after spending years with friends who responded to every opportunity with skepticism. When I finally found my wealth tribe, opportunities started appearing with such frequency that I initially thought it was coincidence. It wasn't. By implementing the principles from all 7 chapters, you've established a complete system that works on autopilot. The money mindset work from earlier chapters, paired with the practical environment and network adjustments we just covered, creates a self reinforcing cycle of abundance that requires increasingly less effort to maintain. The journey from actively pursuing wealth to magnetically attracting it represents the fundamental transformation this book offers. You're no longer chasing, you're attracting. You're no longer pushing, you're allowing. You're no longer exhausted, you're energized. Take a moment now. Feel the difference between where you started and where you stand today. The subtle but profound shift in how you relate to money has already begun changing the opportunities that flow into your life. Your relationship with wealth has been fundamentally rewired. The old patterns of scarcity thinking, overworking, and under-earning have been replaced with abundance consciousness, inspired action, and magnetic attraction. This isn't just about making money, it's about creating space for money to find its way to you with ease and joy. As you close this book, know that your wealth journey doesn't end here. It simply continues with more momentum and less resistance. The wealth magnets you've installed will continue working whether you're consciously focusing on them or not. That's the beauty of this system. Once established, it operates independently of your constant attention. The art of abundant living isn't mastered overnight, but you now possess every tool needed to perfect it. Trust the process, embrace the shifts, and watch as your reality transforms to match your new wealth frequency. You've always deserved abundance. Now you know how to allow it. Epilogue: From attraction to abundance. Your journey begins now. You've reached the end of our journey together, but in many ways, you're standing at the threshold of something much greater. The principles, practices, and perspectives we've explored throughout these pages aren't just concepts to be understood. They're tools to be wielded in creating the abundant life you deserve. Remember when we first started? Perhaps you were skeptical that wealth could come without the grinding hustle culture we've all been taught to worship. Maybe you doubted that your thoughts and energy could genuinely influence your financial reality. Or possibly you were simply exhausted from years of pushing boulders uphill, hoping for that elusive breakthrough. Wherever you began, I trust you're ending this book with a fundamentally different understanding of how abundance works. The path to effortless wealth isn't about doing nothing. It's about aligning your actions with your highest energetic state, removing the internal blocks that have kept prosperity at arm's length, and cultivating the magnetic power that naturally draws opportunities to you. Look at how far you've come already. You've learned to identify and release limiting beliefs around money. You've discovered how to raise your vibrational frequency to match the abundance you seek. You've developed practices for energetic clearing and created powerful financial affirmations that resonate with your true desires. And you've built a practical framework for maintaining these shifts, even when the world tries to pull you back into old patterns. The most powerful takeaway I hope you've gained is this: wealth creation is an inside job. The external actions matter, yes, but they're remarkably ineffective until the internal landscape is prepared for abundance. It's like planting seeds in concrete and wondering why they won't grow. The right mindset isn't just helpful, it's essential. Now, as you take these tools into your daily life, be gentle with yourself. The transition from hustle to flow, from pushing to allowing, isn't always seamless. There will be days when old patterns resurface, when doubt creeps in, when the tangible results seem distant. This is normal. Each time you notice yourself slipping into scarcity thinking or burnout behaviors, simply acknowledge it without judgment and realign. Remember that consistency trumps intensity. 5 minutes of genuine energetic alignment each day will yield far greater results than occasional marathon manifestation sessions fueled by desperation. Trust the process, even when, especially when, results aren't immediately visible. For some of you, the shifts in your financial reality will happen quickly, almost startlingly so. For others, the transformation may be more gradual, building momentum over time. Neither path is better than the other. They simply reflect your unique journey and the specific blocks you're clearing. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that this approach has its limitations. The principles of energetic wealth attraction work wonderfully in concert with practical financial intelligence. They won't replace the need for sound money management or strategic thinking. Rather, they create the optimal conditions for your practical efforts to yield their maximum return. What you hold in your hands now is more than a methodology for creating wealth. It's an invitation to reimagine your relationship with abundance in all its forms. Money is just one expression of the prosperity that's available to you. As your financial reality transforms, notice how this ripples into other areas: your health, relationships, creativity, and sense of purpose. The question now isn't whether these principles work. Countless individuals have demonstrated their effectiveness. The question is, will you give yourself permission to implement them fully? Will you commit to your own prosperity with the same dedication you've given to struggle in the past? I believe in you. More importantly, I believe in the universal principles that make abundance your birthright. You don't need to earn worthiness, you need only to align with it. So take a deep breath, feel the potential humming within you, and step forward into a new relationship with wealth. One based not on exhaustion, but on expansion, not on depletion, but on delight. Your wealth magnet is activated. Your abundance is on its way. Abundance is not something we acquire. It is something we tune into. Wayne Dyer.
This has been an audio production of Wealth Magnet. Master the art of effortless wealth in just a few months and say goodbye to burnout forever. By Zia Vale. Thank you for your support.